Clocks move slow, like blood on the snow. 4 young souls, Idaho. A scream swallowed whole. Who will know? The truth hides deep where the dark winds blow. Police lines blur, whispers in the air. Prosecutors stare, but do they even care? No voice for the voiceless, cries in the night, lies in the system. Black takes the light. No voice for the voiceless, the broken and lost. The truth's too heavy to hide. The cost. Evil's a whisper, a knife in the dark. The system creaks, the machine won't spark. Conspiracy hums like a vulture's mark. Broken lives, just ashes in the park. Corruption's a shadow, it devours the weak. They silence the truth before it can speak. No voice for the voiceless, cries in the night, lies in the system. Black takes the light. No voice for the voiceless, the broken and lost. The truth's too heavy to hide. The cost. To hide the cost.
Whispers in the cafe, voices in the haze. Jewelry spinning trays, can't be set in the blaze. Outcast hearts, beating in the Bronx night maze. Kathy's indie zone, hiding truths in the phrase. Custody queens, devil's advocate schemes. Lucy's morning star, burning through dreams. True crime warriors, seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through the smooth. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime warriors, chasing what's due. True crime warriors, chasing what's due. Chasing who? Chasing who? Chasing who? Gaggle streets hum, secrets in the air. Tommy Drew's tune, decoding despair. Docket lines blurred, the lies in the care. Unfiltered lucky, the burden we bear. Pavarotti's cry, cutting through the night. Murder, metal, mayhem, justice in the fight. Bubbly waters ripple under dim light. A convict starts wrong from right. True crime warriors, seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through the snow. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime warriors, chasing what's due. True crime warriors, chasing what's due. Whispers in the cafe, voices in the haze. Jewelry spinning trays, can't be set in the blaze. Outcast hearts, beating in the Bronx night maze. Kathy's indie zone, hiding truths chasing what's due.
Chasing who? Chasing who? Chasing who?
Dago streets hum, secrets in the air. Tommy Drew's tune, the code in despair. Docket lines blurred, the lies and the care. Unfiltered lucky, the burden we bear. Pavarotti's cry, cutting through the night. Murder, metal, mayhem, justice in the fight. Bubbly waters ripple under dim light. A convict starts wrong from right. True crime warrior seeking the truth. Bird is flight, cutting through the snow. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime warriors chasing what's due. True crime warriors chasing what's due.
Shadows creeping, truth ain't sleeping. Whispers loud, no room for doubt. Chains rattling, hearts unraveling behind the veil where stories shout. True crime warriors, seekers of light through the dark, through the night. Truth and transparency, battle and fight. True crime warriors chasing what's right. Coffee stains on broken dreams, unfiltered tales bursting at seams. Jewelers juggling, cane bees grind. Outcast rising, justice to find. In the Bronx tale where the stories weave. In the indie zone where hearts believe. True crime warriors, seekers of light through the dark, through the night. Truth and transparency, battle and fight. True crime warriors chasing what's right. Birdies chirp in the morning haze. Lucy's thoughts in a convict's maze. Pavarotti echoes a haunting serenade through docket decoders. The truth won't fade. The truth won't fade.
True cuts deep, sharp as a blade. Warriors fight in the shadow parade. Outcast voices screaming the night, seeking justice on the flickering light. True crime whispers truth or lies. In the cafe where the story dies. Seeking true crime truth. Where the sky show proof. Custody queens in the devil's den. echoes in the city's roar. Bubbly waters mask what we ignore. Lucy Morningstar laughs in the dark. Pavarotti's voice leaves a haunting mark. Convict thoughts locked in the cell. Doc, get the cord to break in the spell. Send your wives writing names in the sand. Kane B's rhythm got in the band. Singing true crime truth.
In the shadows they stand, Brandy B with a drink in hand, Christian Nevada. Seahawks ride, tomboy charm, mama bear pride. Blue Cruz in the house, feel the sound, bass shakes the earth, we're unbound. Moonlit baby, typically unique, voices rise with the words you see. With the words you see. With the words you see. Molly Dredd, Sassy Cassie, they don't play. Rack and Alicia J clearing the way. Randy first stomps, a quake in the ground. Fizzy cake laughs, chaos all around. Leah Story spins the tales, Bonnie Bailey howls. Lucy Morning Stars, light breaks the cloud. Blue Cruz in the house, feel the sound, bass shakes the earth, we're unbound. Moonlit baby, typically unique, voices rise with the words you see. With the words you see. K shouts, truths are creed, SRB Zelda, hearts that bleed, Sassy Cassie, sparks the flame, we're all here, remember the name, remember the name, remember the name, remember the name, remember the name. Remember the name. Remember the name. Whoa. Whoa. Truth ain't simple, ain't so clear. Model readers in the rear, steering the fear. Brandy B sharp like a blade in the night. Christina Valor with that tomboy vibe. Mama Bear claws, Molly Drake's fire. Sassy Cassie spitting truth like a choir. SRB sail the sword in the air. Ratchet and Alicia J breaking every snare. Blue Crew ran trekking, voices loud, no second guessing. Moonlit baby howling high, typically unique, rising to the sky. Blue Crew ran trekking, fizzy cake spark, igniting tension. Head K, Leo Story taking no blame, Bonnie Bailey
All right, all right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the cafe. We're open for business. Great to see you all today. I hope you're all having a great start to your day. Please come on in, grab a seat, sit down, get comfortable, hit that like button, share this out. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you have not yet done it, and notification bell that way you don't miss anything we do together in here. Grab your cuppy of your cuppy. Get your sippy cup, folks. Grab your cup of coffee, tea, and whatever it may be. Get comfortable, guys. Fill it up. Make sure it's full. We're going to be here for a minute. We're heading back to go through this ISP photo dump per request. I've had many requests for this. And if things work out well, I'm going to review this Jose Cruz body cam review. And Devil's Advocate put out a video that was quite interesting as well. As Tomboy pointed out to me. So I thought maybe we'll review that too based on the time that we have. And whatever we get into in our discussions in here, they're always amazing. So thank you all so much for joining us today. Get comfortable, folks. You know what comes next. So let's do this thing. Here we go. Here we go.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the True Crime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. Cracked reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. It's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, shadow will pay in the truth.
Hello, and welcome back, everybody. Great to see you all here today again. Thank you for joining us. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Crazy stuff. Thank you for those of you that I saw hang out over at Typically Unique. She had a great show this morning, so it's great to see everybody over there supporting her. I'd love to see so many more people over there supporting her, but I was grateful to see who was there. Again, thank you for that, for supporting all these other awesome creators out there. I do love seeing that. Welcome, Miss Diane. How are you today?
Good morning, Dago. I'm still suffering from allergies.
I get it. I get it. It goes around. I had issues myself. I've been having them on and off, sinus issues and all sorts of stuff from it. So,
Oh my God.
yeah, always. I wake up every day that way. I got to clear everything out, deal with it. And it's crazy because the colder it gets, you'd think the allergy stuff would stop. It's still rolling. So,
I just don't understand the voice thing.
yeah.
It's just like, can I, because I answer the phone and they go, well, hello, sir. And I'm like, oh my God, here we go.
Yeah, gotcha. It's not that bad. I can tell the difference hearing you, but I guess when it cracks, it can do that. It can do that. Let's see who else we got here with us. Gee, Miss Tandy's joining us on lunch again. I see Seahawks fan Fizzy's fizzing around in here. Wonderful to see you. The Bomb Toy, Tomboy Twimer in the house. Miss Jean Romaine, welcome. Wonderful to see you. Louis Balos, welcome back to you. Lucia Briley, I think I'm saying that right. I hope. Welcome back to you. Of course, Miss Diane here. Samir Dalby, always happy to see you. DKM, welcome back to you. Of course, Beat. Lucy Morningstar's in the house. Pro being proud. Good to see you as well. Let's see. Jean Romaine. I think I have got everybody's. There's Robert in the house. True Crime Unleashed. Good to see you, buddy. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Grab a seat if you will. Siggy and Mike, welcome to you. I know that Lana was live at some point, so that might be pulling some people that direction still too. I thought she was pretty close. She would be close to the end, I thought, but Ms. Rowena, welcome back to you. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Like I said, for those of you that just pop it in, I've had many requests to go over this ISP photo dump again and actually take some time and go through it. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. And if I can get some time in there, I really want to head back over. Robert pointed out this Jose Cruz body cam. I want to review that, as well as Devil's Advocate put a video out. Mr. Lee over there dropped a pretty interesting video. And I thought it was kind of interesting. It's based on a possible, many theories we've had on this case, but just to look at it, the way he explained it, I thought it was real interesting. So we might review that. It's not very long at all, as well. So,
Did you hear the song that somebody did for Devil's Advocate about Dylan?
no, I have not.
It was on Birdie's last night.
Okay,
Or the Hive.
Gotcha. No, I didn't get to
It's
catch Birdie
priceless.
last night. I'm sure it's probably pretty good. I can't be everywhere. Well, I don't expect you to, Miss Jean. I don't expect you to. You go where you gotta go, ma'am. Please. Jen 7, wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us. Always happy to see Miss Jen. Debbie Gazzardo, welcome back. Always happy to see you here as well. Come on in, everybody. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. We should be getting kicked off here. We'll wait just a few minutes to see who we all get in here. That way we don't have to go back to the beginning and start over again.
Dago, did you get my text message about the Bloomington Sigma Chi student who died by drowning? There was I think 90 some odd rocks in his backpack, and it was ruled suicide, and it was just a little bit of water.
Hudson Lindau?
In Bloomington, Indiana. I think it was
Bloomington. No, I don't know that. I'm looking now. I got the one you sent me before about Nicole Casey's video. I'm looking. Wait a minute here. Oh, was it through in the ID channel?
I think so.
Indiana family still wants answers in a young man's mysterious death. Joseph Smedley. Okay, yeah, I got it, Diane. Thank you. Yeah, I saw that actually. It came on the ID channel. Investigation Discovery put that out. I saw that story through the TV a while back. It's pretty wild. Welcome, Fox Rooter. Good to see you today. Yeah, definitely. An interestingly sad story, but there's definitely. I don't think it was suicide, in my opinion. I think there's foul play involved in that one.
It's 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 like a theme with Greek Row
Yeah,
and Sigma
definitely.
Chi. A little bit of water and drowning.
Yeah, same way Hudson Lindau passed. Very sad. Busy says Dago Birdie and DA also showed DA driving around 1122 and how actually close they look and how dark it. Oh yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Was DA there last night
Yeah.
as well? Gotcha. Lee does good shows. I like Lee a lot over at Devil's Advocate. There's some great creators out here, guys. Truly, there are nowadays. And I appreciate them all. I respect every one of them, whether I agree with what they're putting out or not. As far as their theories and stuff like that, I still respect what they're doing, and I like to listen to their theories and their points on it because they all make very interesting points. So
He said that everything is basically on top of each other. It's so tiny.
it is. It's like a fishbowl in that area right there,
Yeah.
and you. That's why a lot of people were saying. You can't. I think so, Tomboy. I think Lee is from Washington, I believe. I think. Don't quote me. But the sound in there, the way the sound travels, it's like an auditorium almost, an amphitheater because of the way it's all set up in that fishbowl type scenario. So hearing certain sounds and things echoing through that area, like I said, when Rory went there on foot and walked through and we were live with him, people were asking him, I think typically was in there too. She's like, yell so that we can hear how it sounds. And it's wild how it carries through there. And how, like you said, everything is right on top of each other. You are correct. So it's pretty wild. But I'll have to go back and I try to watch all of Birdie's stuff. Really,
I agree with Busy. There's no way no one heard anything.
Agreed. And what I don't understand is with the Queen Road apartments right there and all that stuff around. I don't understand how nobody heard the dog, the screaming, the yelling, and all that kind of stuff. If we hear what we hear, like with Nicole's videos she's been putting out, she put out that one that we reviewed yesterday, the day before, and the sounds we're hearing. Granted, I understand some of this stuff was probably played around with, but I believe that what she's getting into, she's not messing with it. I think she's trying to dig into it. Outcast will go and pull things out of the audio that we're hearing too. And I'm telling you, if people not hearing this, I think they were the neighborhood, I should say. If they didn't hear it, they didn't want to hear it, is what the problem is. Okay. Because they did probably hear it and it bothered them. And now they don't want to talk about it because they knew or know something bad was either happening and they didn't want to get involved. And that's just my opinion. So,
Well, if it had been planned for a year and people knew about it,
yeah.
in a perfect world, every single one of them should be arrested and charged.
Absolutely. I agree with that. And that's probably about right, Tomboy. So Lana said 483 times, I believe is what Lana said yesterday. And that dog barked for 45 minutes to an hour, guys. We listened to it, and not one person. As many noise complaints have been filed on that house in that period, in that 1 year period of time. You're going to tell me that nobody called on that dog barking in the middle of the night, and it was echoing. You could hear it. So, as I would have, as a neighbor at some point, especially people that are trying to sleep that have to work early in the morning or be at class early in the morning, I would have called and said, hey, there's a dog out here going nuts. Can you guys do something? Well, my theory on that is that it's possible that somebody did call, or maybe multiple people called, and PD either ignored the call because of the situation, or I don't know. It's a very weird thought. I'll say that much. Mark B sat and counted. Damn, he has a lot of pain. Right? I know that's a lot. Welcome, Miss Johanna.
I agree with Devil's Advocate. You don't ask a question that you already know the answer to.
That's right. There you go. Boom. Boom. Good point. Lee's a smart guy. He really is. I just watched more Vampire Diaries. Very disturbing indeed. I think Dylan might have personality disorder. Just my opinion only. The way she talks so cool. Yeah, it's a good point, Johanna. Could be. It very well could be. I love to hear you boo. Oh, absolutely. I absolutely love. I put songs together, amping multiple creators out there. We all should be working together, supporting each other. We all do it different ways. And I think the fact that we all do it different ways, and the ways that we do handle the case that we cover, the way we do, I think it helps and we can help each other. And at some point, I think we're all looking for the truth at the end of this. And maybe that will actually happen because of the fact that we do support each other and go in that direction. Years ago, it wasn't like that. Everybody was one for all and all for one. And I never believed that, guys. I've always supported other creators, new creators. I try to boost them and put them out there so that they can grow as well. It's not a competition to me, you guys. It's about truth, okay? I'm not trying to be bigger or better than anybody. I don't need to be. I just want truth. And if I meet some amazing people, if I create an amazing community as I have in the midst of all that, then great. And I get to bounce around, and I've been spreading my wings a little bit more. Tomorrow I'm joining Birdie over there. I think it's 6:30 PST Pacific time, I think Central time. Don't get me. I'll get that correct later on. And then later on in the week, I will be having the Custody Queens join me. So that should be interesting. I'm looking forward to that one too. So, and more and more, I'm going to be doing that. I'm trying to get together. I was thinking about getting together with Lee over at Devil's Advocate if I can. And I'd be interested in doing a collaboration with Pavarotti, to be honest with you. I don't mind. Everybody likes to see different theories and opinions from different creators. And I really would like to get Miss Kathy to join us over here from Indie Zone as well. So I have no qualms with that whatsoever. And I think we should be boosting other creators instead of sitting on them and trying to stomp them down. And of course, A.R. Hayes and I have been doing things together. We're going to be doing more together as well. So
I agree with you on that, Dago. But there are just some that are, in my opinion, let me say that, that are just so out in left ball field. It's unbelievable.
Right. You're right. And I won't drag them until they drag me. And I'm not that person, but don't come for me, because I'm promising you, I may be a nice guy. I may have a huge heart, and I may be that kind person. Don't come at me. I'm telling you right now, I've learned the hard way through here. I will drag you right back, folks. I used to stand here and take all the shit from people, and some of my mods were like, you need to stop doing that. You're better than that. You need to stand up for yourself, so on and so forth. And I don't like hurting people. I don't like attacking people. And then a couple of them said, well, do you think they worry about that with you? And it's like, that's a good point. So at some point, you don't want that side of me to come out. I'm a very, very, very nice person, and I do have a good heart and a big heart. Don't come at me sideways, though, because that's a whole other side to me that I don't like showing people, but I will do it if I need to, and I have. And I don't mess with people. I don't pick on people. I don't attack people because of their feelings and their thoughts on these things. But when they come at me, which a couple of them have because they're idiots, you're going to get the back. You're going to get that back. I promise you. And that's what I call it. It's come out that way, that when I end up going Sicilian, that's when we have a problem. I'm not that person on a normal basis, and I don't want to be. But leave me alone. I don't mess with you. I don't pick with people. I don't call out other channels for being ignorant or doing this unless you mess with somebody that I love or somebody I care about. One of these people in here or another channel that I respect, I will stand by them or myself. Don't touch me like that. Don't come at me that way. Don't touch me that way. That sounded good. Don't come at me that way, because I don't come at you that way. So That's all I'm saying.
You have excellent mods, and you have an army behind you that will back you up and defend you.
And they always have. They
To the
always
T,
have.
I will. And I have. I'm like, wait a minute. He ain't even in this chat, so.
Many of the community members here, I don't like this. I don't like using subscribers because that's too impersonal to me. But many of my community, I've seen them, I've heard them, I've had screenshots sent to me of them defending me, which I very much appreciate. When I'm not in other chats and people try to start talking down on me and about me, so on and so forth, and this and that, it happens all the time. My moderators are the absolute best on YouTube. There's no doubt about that. I have the best crew of moderators you'll ever find, and people can argue with me. I'll die on that hill. I know I do, and they have all defended me. Period, and they always will. I know that because they're amazing people. So, absolute. It is the best community, the best crew, in my opinion, on YouTube. And I'm not degrading other channels by saying that theirs aren't, but I know mine are the best. That's just period for me. So.
I agree.
Why do some people get rude to channel? It happens, Gene. It happens all the time. There's no reason for it. People get angry. There's a specific channel out there that thinks that they like to pick at me for things and so on and so forth. Think I'm just going to sit and take it. Well, spit the rocks out of your mouth and shake your head up a little bit. Realize what you're doing, because I'm not the one. I'm not the one. And I've had people come at me for years, guys, to the point where I now have a legal backing. You don't want to mess with me in that aspect, because I had to defend myself that way. So I hooked myself up, and I am legally tied down now. And if anybody were to come at me that way again, good luck. That's all I'm saying. Because once I get them rolling, they ain't gonna stop. That's that. But I have the best, in my opinion, absolute best surrounding me, and that's my community and my moderators, the producers of the show, my manager, the videographer. Every bit of it is the best I can ask for. Anybody can ask for. So yes,
I do watch one channel for comedy because, like I said, a face off. They took his face off. He's not in prison. I'm like, what world are you living in? The person had even made the statement, well, it's like prison's like a Holiday Inn. It has officers, correction officers with cuffs, handcuffs. And I'm going, what?
Yeah, right. I get it. I get it. Yeah, Tandy's right. We do watch that idiot for comedic reasons, because it is funny. It's completely just to watch and just sit here. We'll sit here at night when we're all done for the night or bored or done with whatever we've done, tired, and we'll watch this channel and just die laughing our asses off. It's so ridiculously funny. It's a good way to relieve stress too, I'll tell you that much. The mega stars in the house, Miss Megan. Thank you so much. Meg hitting the goal already. Number 1. Thank you so much, hon. God bless, with them purple and pink hearts for Tommy and SRB. Jesus. Wisdom Speaks. Thank you so much, Meg. God bless, hon. Very generous of you. I was just thinking about SRB. Look down in the chat. That's why it came out that way. I'm sorry about that. David
I love
Bird.
Lucy. I think her and Miss Potts, I think, are like the best.
Miss Potts is awesome. And Lucy, of course, is amazing. Yes, I do agree. Absolutely agree.
When Miss Potts went on her rant the other day, I was just waiting for her to say, hello, dumbasses.
Absolutely. Here. Surprised Hemi didn't pop in here yet. I'm telling you what, Eddie must be really busy. I miss Eddie. Can't wait till he pops back in. Miss Potts is just amazing. There's no two ways about it. And that's another one, guys. God help you if you mess with that woman. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. It's almost like it's possible for her to rip your head off. over the internet.
And the thing is she's amazing because she can do that and be a sweetheart at the same time. And you don't even realize what just hit you. And she's very smart. She says she don't know shit, just like Lucy tries to say. You both are ridiculous because we all know how smart you guys are. There's a lot of things that we wouldn't be able to get through without these people out here, you know. That's why everybody in this community, tomboys, constantly and Tandy are throwing things at me that I don't even realize sometimes. Lucy's always having to re-explain things to people time and time again and set things straight. That's misinformation in different ways all over the place. I mean, it's amazing. We wouldn't be able to get through this case without a lot of these people. Facts are facts. That's why I promote and respect so many creators, because there's like Kathy, for instance, over at Indie Zone, the way she explains things in the documents, a lot of people don't get that stuff. It helps. Lucy does the same thing. Miss Potts is very good with like the pathology stuff and the blood stuff and all that scientific stuff over there. Very good. You know, so in Jules of all trades, another one, she's got 2 degrees in criminology. So you go listen to how she explains what's in the documents and what it truly means. It's very helpful. Same with Lana. You know what I mean? If we didn't have all these other creators out here, guys, we'd be sitting in like playing in our own shit, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, and I know it's a bad way to put it, but truly that's exactly what I think. So I'm very grateful, and I will absolutely push and promote every one of them. Like I said, it's not supposed to be a competition, you guys. Come on. We're here for the same reason, and that's to bring justice, to promote justice and truth to the victims in the cases that we cover, and that's all there is to it, period. That's all it should be. That's all it should be. And I'm going to tell you right now that there are some creators that I know that are out there for nothing other than to gain, for their own gain, and to start shit. There's people that do this just because they want to cause trouble and drama, and they get off on it. I've seen that, and I stay away from it. I learned my lesson the hard way in some aspects with that as well, because I don't see it, because a lot like Tommy, I try to find the good in everybody, and I've always looked for the good in everybody, and I sometimes didn't see it until I had to be smacked in the face with the ignorance, or until my moderators, who I didn't listen to all the time back in the day, had to finally throw a brick at my head and say, hey, dumbass, this is not what you think it is. You know what I mean? So, you know, it is what it is. I have no shame in admitting that I've made mistakes and I've not paid attention, and learning the hard way, in my opinion, sometimes is the best way. So
I did at first when Brian got arrested. I'm like, oh, they got him. You know, cool. And then when the PCA come out, I read it. I'm like, oh, cool, they got him. But then I read it again and again. And I'm like, no, wait a minute. This don't make sense. Where are the facts in this? Not your opinion.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Well, and who was it? False Star, welcome, by the way, just said that I'm cool with most creators until they start stating their theories as factual information, and that just makes it hard for the people. And that is a problem, because there's enough confusion that, in my opinion, has been put out purposely to keep us confused. So we try to present it in a factual nature based on the factual documents and things like that. But at that point, you can't even finish like believing that sometimes. So when you have a channel that comes out and they're promoting a theory that they have presented based on what they think, not a fact-based situation, it's more confusing to people, and that's a problem. People don't need to be confused with this. Okay, we're confused enough. That's a fact. And there's people that'll say, I'm not confused. I know exactly what's going on. Brian did it and did it. Okay. If that's your thought and you feel that way, that's fine. I respect that. But in some aspects, I have to look at you and say you're wrong, because the things you're saying are not truth. It's not based on truth. It's not. You know, I'm not over here just to protect Brian Koberger, by no means, whatever. And I don't want this to sound ignorant, but I don't care about Brian Koberger. Okay, I don't know him like that. What I care about is the fact that some very illegal actions happened in bringing this guy in and convicting him. Okay, that's what I care about. And I don't mean it in a mean way, that I don't care about him as a person. I care about the fact that if he's innocent and he's sitting in prison for the rest of his life, that's not a good thing. You know, it's not the way it's supposed to be. And that the people that may have actually committed this crime are still out walking around. That's a problem. And I care about the fact that the victims that lost their lives in this, that never got a chance to start their life, are not getting real justice for this. And their families are not getting real justice for this. Okay. So those are the things that I care about. I, I'm not here just because I have an obsession with Brian Koberger or him. That's not what it is. I'm not his attorney. I'm not here to just defend Brian Koberger at all. I'm here trying to find and defend the truth, because that's what we as the people deserve, is truth. And
Because
we're not getting it.
it can happen. If it can happen to Brian, it can happen to me. And I'm here to tell you,
And anybody else.
I can start out with my personal lawyer, but after a certain point, my money's going to run out.
Of course. Of
And
course.
I'm going
Speaking
to have
of
to go
they
to
are
a
right
public
there.
defender.
Mr. Hayes himself in the house. My channel is built on thoughts and opinions. See, there you go.
I
Absolutely.
love AR. When I first seen his channel and I was listening to him, I thought, now this is somebody who would know the prison system. I somewhat do. My uncle spent like 35 years in and out of Indiana
And that's the
prisons.
thing. That's the thing, is AR has the background, the experience to be able to express certain things and call out certain things for what they are. And a lot of people don't. I've seen people give him a hard time, and that's like, you don't know what he's been through. You've not lived his life. So sit down, and until you know what he's gone through or what he is going through at this point after the fact, then just sit down and hush. Okay. There's many people that used to go at him, and it used to drive me nuts because they don't know who he is as a person. And I always respected what AR did, coming out of his past and the things that he had to live through to come forward at this point to try to do something good with his experience. Most people, it is what it is. I did time in prison, and now what? And no, this man came out here trying to make a difference and make a positive push and a positive statement from his experiences. So you got to respect that. And if you don't, you might want to rethink that, in my opinion. Welcome, Senor Wazowski. Good to see you, my brother. James Mullen, welcome to you. Where are we at here? The Lions Den's in the house. Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. All right, guys. We got 72 peeps in the house. We got 40 likes, guys. Let's see if we can make that match and get this in that algorithm today if we can. Go ahead, hon.
I know a lot of people don't like Jumpsuit Pablo, but he will tell you he spent 10 years of his life in prison. He's trying, to do better, and he has connections to certain prisons. He is on the East Coast.
Yeah.
And
Well, I don't have.
mainly,
It's not that I don't like Pablo. I'm just, maybe it's the way he does it. I don't know. I have more respect for the way AR puts things out. He's very respectful to people. He takes people's feelings into consideration. Any platform I've ever seen him on, he's very, very respectful.
yeah, oh yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, he speaks to people with respect, and that's important to me. That's very important to me. When you don't respect your community, that's who creates you. I don't understand that. When you don't acknowledge your community and respect your community, you don't exist, in my opinion. So AR is very, very respectful, very
Yes.
welcoming, and very oriented to his community, and that's important to me. That's one of the things that made me want to support and push and help to grow him in any aspect that I could, because he is that way. So
With who was the guy in Florida
welcome, Michelle.
who tattooed his face all up?
Oh, that dude that made the skull on his mouth and all that, the skull teeth. Jesus, what was his name? He's nuts.
Yeah.
Jesus, I can't remember his name. I covered him just a little bit, but he was just crazy to me, and there was no point. I didn't think. What the hell was
Wade
his
Wilson.
Wade Wilson? That's it. Thank you, Meg.
I totally agree with Jumpsuit Pablo all the way on Wade Wilson, all the way.
I've never saw anything on that he covered on him.
But on Brian, I disagree, because you can't tell me that if you went through everything that you fully believe one man went into a home with 6 individuals, one being a very big male, and just unalive 4 people,
Right.
2 at the same time, according to Ann Taylor, and walked out and looked at one and went, yeah, I just ain't going to bother. I'm pooped.
That's what I'm saying. Wade Wilson deserves everything he gets. That is a true monster, in my opinion.
Yeah, like I said, I agree with Jumpsuit Pablo, because he played his phone calls from jail and prison. I mean, the man and his girlfriend, or his wife, I don't know if they're still together, they were scamming other people for money.
Right. Absolutely. That's what I said. He's a real true to life monster. I don't see Brian that way. Listen, I may be wrong, guys. I'm not the be all know all, as none of us are. We don't know. We take an educated guess, and based on what facts we have and what we believe we see in a situation, and hope that we're right in that aspect. And if we're not, then we have to say, okay, hey, that's not what it was, and I'm okay with that. I've never said, I just said I don't believe Brian did this. That's truly how I feel on this. That doesn't mean I'm right. It means that that's not how I see this based on the facts presented to me. If you show me some facts that can make me feel that way, I am ready, willing, and open to understand and to see, and to want to know. You know what I mean? So, and another amazing person in here, by the way, I have to call this out, is Robert with True Crime Unleashed. This man is his heart's probably twice as big as mine, if not 3 times. Okay. He's emotional, such as I am, and he's very into what he does, and very passionate, again, as I am, and many are. And I feel like he's an amazing person. He's got a great heart, great soul, and he truly likes to help and wants to help. And he's just a very good person. And I like seeing that out here. I truly do. And again, that's another channel that I would love to see more people subscribing to and supporting Robert, because he's really doing his hardest to do this the right way and to do the right thing with this. And he just doesn't get that many people. And I don't like seeing that, because he speaks on the same things we do, and that I do, that AR does, and all of us do. And I think he deserves more support in that realm, folks. So if you have not yet subscribed to True Crime Unleashed, please do. Give it a chance. I promise you won't be disappointed. Robert's a great guy, and he really puts his heart into this, guys, and that's important. A very important thing to me. The channel is True Crime Unleashed. Links right there, because Meg is a star, and dropped it right away. There we go. Thank you, Meg, so much. And another channel too that I've been following, you guys got to go check out, Mr. Artsy Fartsy here, Scully's channel. Scully's been putting out some amazing stuff, guys. Truly, truly amazing. Very talented. We have some very talented people out here, just like Molly. I mean, great stuff. Great stuff. Thank you guys for that. I appreciate that, as I know Robert will. And speaking of that, what I want to do, guys, is I wanted to cover these photos. I also want to, because Robert has taken the time, the effort, and all this to go through and find this body cam with Jose Cruz. For those of you that aren't familiar with who that is, I think it's something we need to look into. Welcome, Stitch. It's good to see you. Phenomenal, you as well. Make sure we drop Scully's link in here to you guys. I want people going over there, checking out all this amazing stuff Scully's putting out and helping him to grow. He needs 500 more subscribers, guys. We can get him there. We can get him there. Cookie Puss, welcome. Good to see you. Love the name, and I appreciate that as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, Robert, I must say this, brother. If you want to join me up here, come on up here and let's go through this body cam and do this first and get this out of the way. And then I want to break these pictures down. By that time, we should have some more people in here as well. Yvonne Poole, welcome. Good to see you. You're not late. You're good. We haven't even started. William Tardy's in the house. Good to see you.
I wanted your opinion, Dago. You know how you can FOIA people's phone calls from jail and prison.
Yeah.
I think it's phone calls from prison that FOIA's all these. You cannot get Brian's.
No, you can't. They're not allowing that at all. A lot of people, quite a few people have tried. I know I looked into it. I think Lana did it. I think Jules did it. Don't quote me on that. I know there's a few others that have tried it. They're not giving anything out when it comes to him right now. I don't know what the deal is with that. I have an idea, but they're just not. They're not at all. I think it's because they're still pushing this guilty thing. And I think, like I said, that they're afraid that people are going to see or hear things that are going to flip this, and they don't want that. Thank you. There's another one, guys. Make sure to subscribe to Miss Kim over there at Typically Unique. She did another great show today. She's doing amazing things. Another channel that definitely needs to be growing, along with Senior Wazowski's putting out stuff, and I got to get that man to join me up here. Am I going to have to pay you to join me up here, bro? He's got some very great points. Senior Wazowski is a retired Baltimore City police officer, and he puts that aspect onto what he does with his content and really points out some amazing things and makes some very good points to what he's showing us, and he puts his work in as well. So please subscribe to these people, guys. I'm telling you, they deserve it. They truly do.
I think the reason they're not releasing his phone calls can't have the families hearing, well, you know, Mom, you're not getting any threats anymore. Or, well, you know, I didn't do it, but I got the death penalty taken off the table.
Could be. It very well could be, yes. Good morning, Redacted. Very well could be. Or afternoon, I'm sorry. It's afternoon here.
Because they're suing WSU. It started out that they was going to sue the Idaho University and the Moscow Police Department.
Well, now they're suing WSU now because they didn't remove him and file charges on him for what the bullshit complaints that they were getting, I guess. In my opinion, that's my opinion, but it's just ridiculous. I think it's so ridiculous. 2 cents. It's good to see you today.
Is it written in black and white? Oh, he was sexually harassing me, or I think he's creepy and a monster and could unalive 4 people and leave 2 alive. I mean, is there anything? I mean, I didn't think there was, and I thought, well, you know, I can't catch everything. So, I mean, is there something in black and white with a date, somebody's signature going, yeah, we acknowledge this? Is that out there anywhere?
I haven't, just like Lucy just said, I haven't seen one document on this supposed lawsuit yet. Thank you, Tandy, for that. Guys, make sure you go check out Mr. Lucky over at Unfiltered Lucky as well, another amazing creator as well. I have not yet either. There's not any documents I've seen that proves that there's this lawsuit. I think it's ridiculous. I truly do. And again, I'm telling you guys, my feelings on this, whether Brian committed this crime or not, all that has done, in my opinion, is that they're bullying another person that is autistic. That's all that they've done. They've taken the fact that he's got a disorder, I guess you call it, and use it against him because he's awkward and he doesn't understand how to interact with people in certain ways and different things like that. And they've used it all against him only because, in my opinion, that he became a suspect in a crime. If this would have never happened, do you think any of this would have ever came out about Brian Kohberger being that way?
How do you sue a university in another state where the crimes they were not committed in that state? You know, it was in Idaho.
I guess the way they're looking at it is because they could have prevented this if charges or anything would have been filed against Brian for these other bullshit things that they put out. I don't believe that. And $400 million, folks, come on. $100 million per victim. I understand the loss. Don't get me wrong. I get the loss. Okay. There's no amount of money that will ever repay to bring that back and that could ever cover that loss. But to go with that aspect, this is just ignorant to me. I'm sorry. It's overkill in every essence. I'm sorry, but it is. Come on.
If I was one of the victims' families, I don't want money. I want the truth.
The justice and truth. That's it.
What happened? Who were the people who did this?
And this is why I don't understand why the families are not seeing the things that we're seeing and the flags that we're seeing. I mean, it's not just me, it's not just you, it's not just Robert, it's not just Lucy, it's not just Meg, it's not just Tandy or Tomboy, it's all of us. Okay, there's so many of us that are looking at this saying that's a red flag. There's attorneys that are looking at this, there's law enforcement officers that are looking at this, and they're all saying the same thing. What the actual hell? And why are the families not looking at this with the same, like, how are you not seeing it how we're seeing it? How are you standing up for these survivors and making excuses for them when we don't know? They could have changed this whole situation if they would have done the right thing that night. You know, Steve tries to say, oh, it didn't matter if they would have done this or done that. It was too late. You don't know that. You don't know that. If somebody would have called 911, we saw the response time to that house. As soon as you heard a scream, if you'd have called 911, you don't know. You could have saved 2 or 3 or maybe all. It doesn't, we don't know, but I'm just saying nobody knows that. So you should never make a statement like that. Okay. That statement, all that does to me is it justifies what you're saying in your own mind. It doesn't justify the truth. Okay.
Dylan heard crying, and then somebody say, if you believe her, okay?
Yes.
I don't, but if you do, and let's say there's a little bit of truth in her whole lot of bullshit.
Sure.
If someone's crying, that means that person is still alive. And
Of course. Yes.
you just chose to do nothing. You know, I would be suing her for everything she ever would have in her lifetime.
You locked yourself in your room and protected yourself. You didn't attempt to do anything for anyone but yourself. And I get, you have to watch out and you got to take care of yourself and protect yourself. But all you had to do, you could have still locked your door, picked up your phone and dialed 911, and they would have been there and either possibly interrupted, stopped, or prevented anything that could have happened. They were there within seconds, you guys. Literally.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all it would have taken. And
they were in the area.
They're always in the area. That's what I'm saying. So for that right there to be said is absolutely insanely ridiculous. Welcome back, typically. By the way, guys, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. If you want to join us up here, please feel free. We're going to be reviewing the Jose Cruz body cam first with Robert. Robert put this together with his hard work and alone, so I wanted him to join me for it. And I'm going to let him do the work there, and I'll just work through and explain it with him. And then we're going to go through these photographs very slowly, break them down, and see what's going on with those again, because I've had a lot of requests for that still. Welcome, Joey. Darren Ferguson, welcome. Good to see you. 2 Cent Unpent, welcome back. Miss Gail's in the house. Good to see you. Sarah D. Iris, welcome, Miss Sarah. Good to see you today. Also, what is WSU going to do? They might make BK look like how he actually is, innocent. See, that's what I'm saying. Go ahead, do it. I agree with you, Meg. That's a good point. Like Miss Tandy said, what are you going to go back and sue? You're going to sue the bus driver that drove him to elementary school too? Like, how stupid is this?
Are they suing the apartment complex?
That's what I mean. It's insane. Are you going to sue everybody surrounding him? Because it makes no sense. And these people are doing things completely wrong, folks. It's way wrong. I'm sorry, but it is. Yeah, right. The doctor that delivered him when he was born. Think about it. I mean, this is so insane to me. It's ridiculous. Welcome, Truth and Justice with Miss Anna D. Always happy to see you.
I'm waiting to see the lawsuit against his parents. And that... because, I mean, they had sex. she got pregnant.
Jesse Shule.
So
Right.
I mean, and I'm sorry. I agree. There is no amount of money that will ever bring your child back, ever.
No.
And I am so sorry for that. But you would rather settle for a dollar amount than, hey, wait a minute, who else's blood is on that sheath? Whose blood was on that glove? Where did you actually find that glove? Wait a minute, why did Dylan feel so comfortable just to walk out her door and, run
Well,
downstairs, if you
it's
believe
Sky.
that?
Right. Marty Fodrell, Sky's in the house. Again, good to see you. My thought, folks, and this is it right here, is what I think that they need to scare these people into the truth, in my opinion. I think somebody needs to step in, because obviously Moscow's not going to do it, but somebody needs to step in and scare these people into telling the truth. Facts are facts, and needs to drag these people out into the light and say, hey, okay, we're done playing your game. What happened? Open your mouth and start talking, because this is enough. Okay, because it's just ridiculous. It's a game, and I'm sick of it at this point. So I believe that's what needs to happen. Scare them into it. If you need to do certain things to do that, then do what you got to do. But there's people out there that know the truth. I do believe that that two surviving roommates absolutely know the truth. They know a lot more, in my opinion, than they have stated to the world. And I believe that there's quite a few other people surrounding this that know truth that haven't spoken out yet either. And it needs to happen. End of story. It needs to happen. So
If you
that, I
believe
believe, is the
Steve
only way
G
to get this.
and the text message from the grand jury, I think, I think someone killed them or is killing them.
Mm-hmm.
You knew.
They absolutely know so much more. That's why one of them ran and hid. The other one, she may have stayed around, but she still hid herself to some extent. But no, like, that's what they need to do, is drag these people out into the broad light, let the whole world see them for who they are, and expose them. And that's that. Sorry to say that, but sometimes you got to take extreme measures to make things happen.
Just like the old saying, "What's done in darkness will be brought to the
To
light."
be brought to the light. Amen,
Oh,
bro.
yes.
That's 100% the truth. That is the truth. And
I
that's what
think
needs
this
to happen.
lawsuit, oh, I'm sorry. I think this lawsuit is to distract because too many questions are being asked.
Yeah. Yes. And Meg, you're probably right, hon. You're all wrong. They will sue Elantra for Brian driving one. I wouldn't doubt it, Meg. I true to God, I would not be surprised if that ever happened. So
Yeah. I mean,
but anyway, yes. Thank you guys all for joining us. We're at 133 people now, guys. 59 likes. Let's see, please, if we can make that a little bit more side by side here. Just hit that like button on your way in. Please share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. Thank you to all the meatballs for joining me. And once again, thank you to my amazing moderators for joining us. I appreciate you all. We all know I couldn't do this without them. Darren Ferguson, welcome. Good to see you. Robert, do you have this video that you can share with us so that we can go through, review this, and then we can break that down and talk about it available, or no?
Yeah, I believe. Well, I believe I sent it to your Discord that one day, to your DM.
Let me go back here and see if I can pull it that way. I'm real interested in reviewing this with you guys because this is a name that came up through this that I'm interested in. Jose Cruz. For those of you that aren't familiar, do you want to explain who this is, Robert, before we get into this?
Back in October 2021, there was a series of events going on. He lived below a bunch of college age girls, and those college age girls started noticing weird things. There would be a guy running around their neighborhood in a hockey mask with a knife, and I got the other body cam where they're talking to one of the girls, and she said it was very weird and very odd. There is another one I have is completely redacted. The only thing you hear is the voice. You don't see the actual picture.
Yeah.
Where the police are almost like interrogating him at his house, and he has another friend there named Miguel.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Bianca created this intro for me. But
Bianca, Miss Bianca is awesome too. She's very talented.
But there's certain parts in the body cam. He, when he's being questioned by the police, he goes, no speak of English, and then he's talking in broken English to the responding officer, and there was one my subscribers noticed he had his hand in his pockets the whole time the officer was there, except to go get his ID. But because the officer couldn't pronounce his middle name, so he went and got his ID. But everything about this first contact with Jose Cruz was very, very sketchy. He kept he came off as shady to me because he said that he got off at 10:30, at first, and then the officer said, "Oh, yeah, 2 a.m." And Jose says, "Yeah, 2 a.m." And then he goes back and corrects himself and says he got up at 10:30 and he went to some bar there down the road from where he lives with his friend Miguel. But other than that, it was just a very sketchy type of first contact at his door. He kept changing his answers to the police officer.
Right. Well, let me ask you, Robert, real quick. How close does this Jose Cruz, or how close did he live to the area that the murders happened in?
He lived in Pullman.
Okay.
He lived in Pullman around the time of the homicides. This initial body cam was 10/11/21. Around that same time, there was a gentleman running around the neighborhood with a ski mask and a knife.
Interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, Aggie, welcome, Aggie. I'm just putting this on Robert because he put this over here, and I want him to get full credit for what he did with this guy. So, and he brought it to my attention. I think it's very interesting. So we're going to review this, and once we do, we're going to break it down, see what we can pull out of this, and any ideals that you have, and then we're going to hit those pictures. Speaking of the man, Kane B's the Purge in the house. Good to see you, bro. Thank you for joining us. Oh my God, Kane, come on now. That is not Miss Lucy. We know better.
It's supposed to be a Dylan knockoff. Is what it's supposed to be.
It's close. It's close. Definitely close. If it is Lucy, all I can say is, Lucy, you got some splaining to do. Anyway, I had to get that out. Too bad Eddie's not here, but let's check it out, guys. Let's see what we can pull out of this. And again, thank you, Robert, for presenting this to us today.
You're welcome, Dago.
Make sure you guys hop on over to True Crime Unleashed. Subscribe to that channel. Check it out. Hit the like button, notification bell. That way you don't miss anything that Robert's putting out. And make sure you like it, guys, because I like it. Here we go. Thank you again, Robert and Diane, for joining us. And then after this, like I said, we'll break it down, talk about it, and we'll move on to the next step.
Glass heart shatter in the middle of the night. Tiptoe screams, but she turned off the light. Masked man walking in the floorboards creak. Saw a death shadow, but she chose not to speak. Phone on silent, eyes wide shut. Truth on lockdown, mouth on shut. 4 souls gone while the moon stood still. But she's a survivor, yeah, that's a tale they sell. He saw the ghost in black. He even walked right past. But she froze and faded out while the world let out. Worry silence in the hallway, heartbeat on the floor. You saw the monster that they are now 1-1. Truth tastes bitter when the lies get thick. Pretty little witness, but the story don't stick. Damn.
Welcome to True Crime Unleashed.
Miss Bianca is super talented. She's amazing, but I'll tell you right now, bro, that just freaked me out a little bit. Just saying. I'm just saying. It did look a lot like her, too, though.
Yeah, it freaked me out when I first saw it, too.
Yeah, Bianca's awesome.
What I would like to talk about tonight is we've been hearing the name come up
All right, guys, I'm going to let this play. Robert, you're in charge for a minute. I have to go grab something. I will be right back. I can still hear it, though, in the background. So thank you again.
You're welcome. Most often, Jose Cruz. I've been going through some of my old videos I downloaded, some body cams, and I found a body cam from, I believe it is October of 2021, when Jose Cruz's name is first brought up. Even before this was way before the Idaho 4 case. It was a Pullman police officer went and talked to Jose Cruz about a disturbance that had taken place with his neighbors upstairs, and his neighbors were sorority girls. So here you go, guys. This is the body cam of Jose Cruz in October of 2021, well before the Idaho 4 case.
Hi there. Hey, can I talk to you for a second? Do you live at 305 Ash Street? No, I don't. You don't? Okay, thank you. Yeah. There, you get my ticket? Nope. I don't care. Pullman 406. I'll be out at 305 Ash Street. Follow up. Negative.
Is the audio okay, everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just double checking.
Nosy cop looking in a mailbox.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Brashears of the Pullman Police Department. How are you today?
What?
Do you live here?
Yeah.
You do. Are you the only one who lives here?
Yeah.
Okay. The reason I came by, the other night there was somebody who had gone upstairs to the neighbor's apartment, and we're kind of checking out to kind of see what people know about that. Did you hear or see anything?
Yeah. I heard 2 years.
What's that?
I heard for 2 years.
You're here for 2 years? Okay.
Never have told
You see how you changed the question right there?
You work. Where do you work at?
He dodged it.
Rancho Vieja. Okay. Let me jot your name down real quick here. Do you know your neighbors?
What?
Do you know your neighbors upstairs?
Well,
Do you know who they are?
I'm sorry, I'm not speaking English.
Are you
Now he says he no speaks English.
friends with them?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What's your last name?
Cruz?
Cruze.
Yeah.
And what's your first name?
Jose?
Jose.
Yes.
And what's your middle name?
Animal? Animal.
How do you spell that?
Animal.
Do you have your
ID,
ID?
yeah.
Okay.
What do you think so far, Dago?
Thank you.
Wasn't he speaking English and then says he doesn't speak English?
Yes, Diane.
It's a bungalow.
That's what I thought.
Uh, 338 0772.
7772.
07?
Oh, 0772.
Yes.
Okay. And this is 305 Ash Street. Is it lower or is it the B unit? What's that? What,
What?
is this the lower unit or is this B or what? How does it actually address?
This the other?
Well, so upstairs is 305 Ash
Yeah.
Street number A.
This and
Is this number
number 2.
number 2? Okay. All right, here's your ID back.
Yeah.
So Saturday night, were you home Saturday night?
No, I would I work. I start work maybe 10 to 8.
What time did you get off work?
2 o'clock.
In the morning?
Watch here as he completely contradicts himself. This is Jose Cruz. He said he verified with this officer that he got off at 2 a.m., but then he goes back and changes his story.
No, I close 10:30.
Oh, you close
Okay,
at
I'm
10:30?
My home, shower, go to the bar, my friend, work.
Okay, so you got off work at 10:30.
Saturday is not here.
What's that?
I know her, but I call my friend to the house to sleep over there.
Okay, so did you guys go out to the bars here in Pullman? Which bar did you guys go to?
This the new bar.
The lumber yard?
Yeah.
Okay, and how long did you stay there?
Maybe
2 a.m.
So
Did you-
my
did-
friend give me a ride to go over there on the home. My friend is sleep over there in the morning.
Oh, so you spent the night at your friend's
Yeah.
house. Okay. What's your friend's name?
This Miguel.
Miguel?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you work with him?
Yeah, I work over there.
Okay. All right. Have you seen anyone suspicious in the neighborhood that's been like watching the houses or anything like that?
Not bad.
You haven't seen
No,
anyone?
I have my wife. This give me my
besides yourself, sir?
This morning, I have my wife one up.
Okay. Your wife doesn't live here? Okay. Are you guys not getting along, or no? You said your wife lives behind.
Good point. Answer 42.
But she doesn't live here.
Yeah, because it's separate,
Oh, separated.
Yeah.
Okay.
One there.
Okay. All right. Do you have any questions for me?
No, yeah, because I don't know who is for you, the police.
Well, the reason that we came by here is because someone entered the apartment up above in the middle of the night and scared the people who live there, and so we're just following up on this and trying to find out what happened and if anyone knows or saw anything. Okay.
Name, I know. Why not me?
Okay.
You know,
All right.
It's, I heard because it's danger. Never have problem, no arrest, nothing.
Okay. All right. Well, that's
I
good.
work. I have my family, my country.
Hmm. Okay. If you see anything suspicious, give us a call. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Was this the incident where
That
the
was
woman
Jose
kicked
Cruz.
him in the gut or something and he
He
ran off?
seems a little shady to me, kind of sketchy. It was almost like he was evading certain questions. Now, mind you guys, this was 10/11/2021, well before the Idaho 4 murders. But now his name's being brought back up. There's just something about this Jose Cruz that I don't like, and I think is really, really sketchy, because he is living under 4 college-age girls. So let me know down in the comment sections what you think about this body cam of Jose Cruz. And don't forget to leave me a like and hit the subscribe button and click that bell notification. Make sure you click it to all. This is True Crime Unleashed. I'm out, guys. Peace.
Back where the lights don't lie. The wolves are watching in Moscow, Idaho.
Yeah, they said it's open and shut, case on ice. But the facts keep shifting under courtroom lights. Evidence tagged, locked in a sheet, but the truth cuts deeper. It's a double-edged sword beneath. Cameras roll, opinions fly, truth's in the dirt, but it won't die. Every headline's got a twist or two. 4 souls whisper, we're counting on you. Moscow's calling, truth don't hide. Shadows talk on the witness side. We ain't buying every show they sell. There's a storm in Idaho and it's raising hell.
All right. Great job, Robert. Thank you for that, bro. Appreciate that very much.
Well, you're welcome, brother.
Make sure you guys hop on over to True Crime Unleashed. Hit the like button for that over there, and give him some credit there. We appreciate that. It's interesting. I don't know much about him, but I know that he had been looked into. What are your true thoughts on this? Hey, Kat, good to see you, dear. What are your true thoughts on this guy, Robert? And what are your reasonings for it? You know what I mean?
Well, my true thoughts, just by watching the body cam, when I first watched it, Yeah, there are language barriers. Yeah, I mean, he
Sure.
is talking in English, but at the same time, he said that he don't speak English. Yeah, I mean, there's differences of speaking English and understanding like complete sentences in English. But
Right.
answer 42 said it was racial profiling. By no means it's that. But yeah, you see, like at the end where they're asking him about the breaking of the neighbors upstairs, he stands there and shrugs his shoulders, and then he just goes he goes on about his wife who is living like on the other side of town, and they're separated, and it just something about this guy it screams maybe either suspect or subject. If he was one of the ones that they collected the DNA from for this case. Um, he seems kind of off. He seems kind of fishy to me. Yeah, I
I
mean,
understand.
if you understand what I'm saying.
No, I do completely. I mean, there's some people. I've gotten that feeling about many people in this case. To be honest with you, I was just curious what your take was personally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the cigarette butt dude. For those of you that didn't understand, and they were following him for a minute, from my understanding. So again, is there some of his DNA? Is his DNA possibly the DNA that was never tested? You got to ask that question.
Because I mean, it's not a coincidence that in October of 2021 there was a guy running around that neighborhood where he lives in a ski mask with a knife.
And that's definitely something that makes you want to go, hey, what's going on with this guy? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Any specific thoughts with you, Diane?
So this was the incident that that a female had kicked him like in the stomach area or something like that, and he just ran off.
Is that who this is? Is this the same one?
That's what
What?
I'm asking.
That's what I'm asking. I wasn't sure, Robert. Is this the same guy that? Okay, Kat said yeah. Okay, that's what I was making sure of. I wasn't 100% sure. I didn't want to say yes if I wasn't. That makes sense then. So yeah, this is who this is. Okay, there we go. Thank you guys. And Lucy just said he was surveilled. And it's his cigarette butt. Yeah, that were collected. So, what was he doing? What was he doing in this area? And what made them? Were they only surveilling him because of that situation that had happened? I'm real curious to know. You know what I mean? So,
Because I mean,
right.
when he was asked about the break-in upstairs, you saw him stand there and shrug his shoulders.
Uh-huh.
So if he actually broke into his neighbors upstairs, what would cause him from breaking into say 1122 King Road?
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a good point. And if he was going out with his friend, I think they need to look at his friend as well, possibly.
So he was the first suspect, the one from
Yeah, that's what Luke's
16.
saying. Seems like he was the first suspect, the one from 16th in November of 22. When I did the show the other day, and I said, guys, they had a suspect 3 days in. Here we are. So let me point something out to you guys here. 1 minute. Oh shoot, where did it go? Hold on a minute. 1 second.
Isn't that kind of quick, Dago? If you don't have an eyewitness that said, hey,
Yeah.
I seen Jose Cruz here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. 3 days in, they're telling us in the press conferences they have no idea. But meanwhile, they're surveilling this guy. I'm gonna point something out here real quick. At least based on my opinion, I should say. Hold on.
Okay, thank you. Nope. I don't care. How much reserve?
Give me a second here. Welcome.
I'll be
Miss
out at
Kristen's in the house
305
from
Ash
Custody
Street.
Queens Off the Clock. Wonderful to see you today. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you very much. This
Does
is
he
one
still
half.
have the same car?
That I don't know. I don't know. Unfortunately, that'd be a good. That's actually a good question, Diane. Very good question. This is one half of the Custody Queens Off the Clock, Miss Kristen. That video that we reviewed in regards to the appellate specialist point of view. Yeah, this is one half of those two. Very excited to be having them here at the end of the week as a guest on the show. I've been sending you guys over there to check out their stuff. They've been doing some great stuff, guys. So please, if you have not yet subscribed to Custody Queens Off the Clock, please do. You'll definitely not be disappointed, you guys. I can promise you that much. So thank you for joining us, Kristen. I appreciate you very much. All right, guys, real quick here.
Follow up.
Give me 1 second. That's a good question, Carrie. They should have, in my opinion.
Oh, wow. Didn't know he helped his aunt or his uncle.
You the only one who lives here? Yeah. Okay. The reason I came by, the other night there was somebody who had gone upstairs to the neighbor's apartment, and we're kind of checking out to see what people know about that. Did you hear or see anything? What's that?
I heard for
One thing you notice first off is is guarded. This here is something I know a lot of people don't play into the whole body language thing. With my wife and her background, I just have to. It's just part of my thing. So very interesting.
Self-assurance, comforting.
Yeah, I mean, here it's immediate. He's standing there guarded to some extent. And I'm not saying it means anything. It probably doesn't, folks. It's just something I'm pointing out.
You're here for 2 years? Okay.
never have told anything. I work.
You work. Where do you work at?
At Idaho.
At Rancho Viejo? Okay. Let me jot your name down real quick here. Do you know your neighbors?
What?
Okay,
Do
Tom.
you know your neighbors upstairs?
What?
Do you know who they are?
I'm sorry, I'm not English.
Are you
Now he says he speaks English.
Yeah.
friends with them? Yeah. Okay. All right. What's your last name?
Cruz?
Now, did they interview? Did they interview the girls that live upstairs? That is important to me because if you're going to talk to him, I think you should talk to them and see what the relationship is like between the two. If there's any previous experiences they've had that come off, a little different, maybe.
I have a 2 minute interview from actually 2 minutes and 45-second interview from the girls upstairs, and it was the initial call before they talked to him, and it was about a man running around the neighborhood with a ski mask and a knife. And they talked to them first before they talked to him.
Gotcha. Do you have that available?
Yeah. I can go through and find it after the live because I'm gonna be jumping off of here in about 10 minutes because I gotta go get some hamburger meat. So
Okay, so we'll go back and check that out after the fact at that point. But I'm not saying, looking at him that I think he did something, but the fact that they looked at him, they followed him around. He goes out to bars. The victims went out to different bars. We don't know. Did they ever travel over to Pullman to go out? Possibly, because they all had friends over there. And maybe they interacted in a bar at one time, and you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. There's a reason why they were looking at him, and so on and so forth. That's my opinion, of course. But right there and then, he doesn't speak very good English. He's guarded.
Yeah. And what's your first name?
He's married, but his wife doesn't live here with him. I mean, there's good reasons, in my opinion, to look at anybody in that aspect. Just saying. I come from the line down under. Welcome.
Okay.
The guy watching him at the corner club is short. But the one with the cowboy hat on. I mean, guys, I don't know, but maybe that's why. If that's the same person, that would be a great reason as to why they started surveilling him.
He doesn't seem worried about a guy running around his neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, I would
with
be.
a knife.
Definitely would be. He doesn't look super nervous, though. I'll give him that much.
Phone number I could reach you at.
But he stays guarded the whole time. I don't like to judge people just based on the way they look, but if they were looking at him, there had to have been a reason.
And this is
That's all I'm going to say.
He doesn't keep eye contact either.
No, he doesn't. He looks away and down for the most part. I see that.
Or is this B, or how is it actually addressed? Well, so upstairs is 305 Ash Street, number A. Is this number 2?
That's what I was saying, Sky.
So Saturday night, were you home Saturday night?
No, I was at work.
What time did you get off work? In the morning?
watch here as he completely contradicts himself. This is Jose Cruz. Now, because you see, if you notice, Dago, that when he said what time he got off, and even the cop verified it was 2 a.m. and then he goes back and changes it and says it was 10:30. You're muted.
No, I know what you're saying now. Yeah, I was listening. That's what I was trying to check out. Let's go back to that point right there. I figured I might as well check it out. Nothing half-assed that he passed away in 23. Do you know what happened to him? I didn't realize that. Interesting.
He verified with this officer that he got off at 2 a.m. But then he goes back and changes his story.
No, I closed 10:30.
Oh, you closed at 10:30?
Well, I'm going to tell you one thing. Yes, that's what I was going to say a little bit ago. Thank you, typically. That's my understanding, is that Maddie had a birthday party out in Pullman at one point. So here's the deal. This is obviously, if we were to believe Dylan's story at all, this is not the man she saw. Okay. Now, here's the other thing though. He is short, but if you guys notice the inside of the house, if Dylan was standing in her doorway, there's I'm gonna say probably at least maybe a 4 inch drop, maybe a 6 inch drop from the living room area down to her doorway. So if he was standing up, I mean, he'd be a little taller, but this guy is kind of short, guys. So nowhere near 5'10" to 6 foot tall. Not to say that I still told you guys I believe there was more than one person. So that doesn't mean he couldn't have been involved. What I'd like to do is I'd like to see his friend. I'd be real interested in checking out his friend. Just out of curiosity. That's all. So are you sure nothing big? I know that Nick Mowich passed on, but I didn't know that Jose did. That's wild. Hey, Kaibo, good to see you today. I am me as well. So a few inches taller, maybe shorter on the. Yeah, she did. So I mean, again, if she's standing in the doorway of her bedroom, he's standing in the living room area. There's a good 4 to 6 inch possibly lift there of difference. So maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Just a thought.
Dago, I'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am. He was a barber. He has ties to some bad characters. I'll say I have receipts that are pretty wild for his life. While looking for cause of death, I gotta notice that kind of stopped me. Really? Wow. I'd like to know that info there. Nothing. If you want to email me something about that, I'd love to hear that. Wasn't one butt found inside. There were 2 butts found inside at the bottom of the stairwell in that area there, and one out back behind the couch. 23 Jose died. Okay, so you guys are saying, what is this? What was his cause of death, you guys? Does anybody know? I never followed and looked into him at all until just like the past 2 days. Yes, they were in Pullman, especially Kaylee, because there are 2. But yeah, that's what I thought. And I know they have a group of friends that live in Pullman in one of the apartment complexes over there that they spend a lot of time with, Kaylee and Maddie both. So again, if this is a regular, if him and his friends possibly go to specific bars over there, then there could have been an interaction over there. I may have to look into the bars that he.
Well, he said in this video he went to in this body cam he went to the lumber yard.
That's the one. I already wrote that down. I'm gonna look into a couple others and see if maybe I don't know. It'd be like a needle in a haystack trying to FOIA any of their any video they may have within the bar to see if you see any of the victims along with these gentlemen in that bar as well. That would be interesting though. He could be a lookout. Good point, False Star. Good point. Hemi says there's no details on his charges are publicly known, but is an inmate with a release date of 6/22 of 26. He's housed in Idaho. Correction. There's nothing connecting him to Idaho for. That's the other gentleman you're talking about, Hemi. It would be interesting to know a little background, a little more background, I should say. Very interesting. Very interesting.
My friend work.
Okay, so you got off work at 10:30.
Saturday is not here.
What's that?
I know her, but I told my friend to the house who's over there.
Okay, so did you guys go out to the bars here in Pullman? Which bar did you guys go to?
This the new park.
The lumber yard?
Yeah.
Okay, and how long did you stay there?
Maybe
2 a.m.
So
Did you-
my
did-
friend give me a ride to go over there on the home. My friend is over there in the morning.
Oh, so you spent the night at your friend's
Yeah.
house? Okay. What's your friend's name?
It's just Miguel.
Miguel?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you work with him?
Yeah, I work over there.
Okay. All right. Have you seen anyone suspicious in the neighborhood that's been like watched
Seems like it,
from the house or
Kim.
anything like that?
Not bad.
You haven't seen
No,
him?
I heard my wife just behind you this more. I heard my wife one up.
Okay. Your wife.
You might be right, Moonlit. I'm gonna have to go back and check that out. Because I know she wasn't in Moscow at that point. I don't believe at all when she was pulled over that night. So good point. I'm gonna go check that out, Moonlit. Thank you.
Doesn't live here. Okay. Are you guys not getting along, or
Never.
no? You said your wife lives behind Dismar's,
Yeah.
but she doesn't live here.
Yeah, because it's separate, you know.
Oh, separated.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe, one year.
Okay. All right. Do you have any questions for me?
No, yeah, because I don't know.
Well, the reason that we came by here is because someone entered the apartment up above in the middle of the night and scared the people who live there, and so we're just following up on this and trying to find out what happened and anyone knows or saw.
I know.
Okay. All right.
It's, I hear things are. Never has problem or everything.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good.
Or I have my family home.
Okay. If you see anything suspicious,
That's a nervous movement. Rubbing your arm like that. Just saying. I'm not trying to nitpick, but these are all the body language things I learned from the boss lady back here.
Did he say that he didn't understand was implying he didn't understand why the police would be talking to him?
Yeah, that's basically what he was, in a sense, in my opinion. Dago, is his name Jose Manuel Cruz or Jose Cruz? Do you know which one it is, Robert?
I believe it was Manuel, because he said his middle name, and then the officer acted like he didn't understand exactly how to spell it, so he had to go get his ID, and of course they redacted his ID.
Right.
But nothing half-assed has been making some comments in chat.
That's what I'm looking at now. Yeah.
That he went to prison for helping his uncle murder his aunt.
We're talking about Jose did?
Yeah.
Holy shit. Okay. That's a good reason to be looking at somebody. Give me 1 second, you guys. Give me 1 second here. Like I said, I never really followed him a whole lot. I remember the name. Steve. All right, let me see this real quick. Well, October 30th of this year, this might be a different person. It said he was 34, or he was, I'm sorry, booked into Washington County, Idaho jail for unknown reasons, but I don't think it's the same one. They're saying he died. So there's the lumberyard, folks. That's the bar he was at that night. Pretty big place. So real quick here, let me try this out.
Yeah, Paul Star is saying, anyone else hear that the officer spelled it Cruze?
That's what I was going to ask is, do you know the spelling of it? Because I want to make sure I'm doing that right when I'm looking at what I'm looking for here.
Yeah, I always thought Cruz was Cruz.
Well, it can actually be spelled 3 or 4 different ways.
Because he seemed to acknowledge to the cop that's the way it was spelled, was Cruze.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. You can spell it with an I too. I went to school with a Sean Cruz. His last name was spelled with an I. Up here we go. Boom. If this is true, 1 second here. Okay, if this is the same guy, hold on. What the hell just happened? Good Lord. Hold on a minute, you guys. One second, everybody. I'm sorry. A little bit of a technical issue there.
Happy Hounds is saying he drowned in Paradise Creek in Moscow.
He drowned what?
Yeah, Happy Hounds is saying that he drowned in Paradise Creek in Moscow.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
Another drowning. Go figure.
Okay, so if this is the same man, that's what I'm not 100% sure of.
Aggie is saying it's CRUZ.
A man who assisted in a murder in hiding the body of Selena Thomas in August of 2014 has been denied parole. Jose Cruz Flores, 26. See, that's where the change comes in. Name is different. Was charged with felony failure to report a death and destruction of evidence in his role of a domestic violence cause turned fatal when Alfredo Martinez killed his then fiance, buried her in a cornfield. Flores. So, do we know if his last name has a Flores attached to it? Because
That's what Nothing Half-Assed is saying. His actual name is Jose Cruz Flores.
okay, Flores helped Martinez bury the body, hide the murder weapon from law enforcement. This was one of the worst cases of domestic violence I've ever been part of. And the actions of Mr. Flores in the hours and days after Selena's murder only added to the heinousness of the crime. But here's the problem. He will not be eligible for parole, another parole hearing until July of 2018, which will require him to go before a full parole commission. So if that's all true, then he must have been released on parole.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, if this is true, that means there's a dark side to this guy. Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, if it's him, that means you have a dark side. Therefore, in turn, that would give law enforcement a good reason to follow somebody like this around, in my opinion.
Yeah, and if he did die in 2023, that would explain why he dropped off the radar and police lost interest because they found out that he was dead.
Yeah, sure. That would make a lot of sense. I can agree with that. Hmm.
Mysterious Mama Bear is saying something to you in chat.
Mysterious. Oh, hey, Mama Bear. Yeah, he's the cigarette butt guy. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Meg. So much appreciated. He hid her body and moved it also. Yeah. So, okay. So we have a good reason to believe that this guy has a dark side and good reason to believe that he has the ability to do things that you shouldn't be doing. Who else does he know? Who else is he associated with? Who else is he close to? Did he interact with the girls in Pullman? Maybe at the lumber yard. Okay. So there's that. Truly, there's that. So very interesting. Now, is this? Does this look like the same guy? Does it look like the same guy to you guys?
Kind of.
A little
The
bit.
eyes, yeah.
Kind of blurry. That's the problem. See, I have a different name listed for this guy, Jose Anabel Cruz Algarin, 38. Let me throw this up here for you guys, 100% to watch this real fast. This is interesting. Like I said, I'm just trying to pinpoint the possibility of another person of interest in this situation that, like typically said, seems like they've thrown everybody else out that could have
Yeah.
been, a person of interest, and they moved all on to just Mr. Brian. So hold on here.
Jose Cruz was arrested for home in Washington. Initially, I had said he was a neighbour of Brian Koberger. After further research, I realised that he wasn't a direct neighbour of Brian Koberger, but instead, he was the neighbour of a house that was broken into in Washington in 2021. I'll discuss this a little bit later in the episode. Spanish was Jose's first language, and he spoke broken English. In 2017, Jose was charged with attempted murder after stabbing the mother of his child 8 times. When law enforcement officers arrived, he was
So the
So he
completely different person. The people in chat saying it's not the same guy.
not the same guy then. Okay. So that was brought up. So which one is which then? Is this the one that they were following, or is the other one the one they were following? He was charged with attempted murder. He stabbed the mother of his child with a knife. That's what he was brought up on charges for this. So that's kind of interesting.
carrying their baby, whilst the woman lay in the parking lot with 8 stab wounds to her upper body. Although I wish I could provide further information on this.
So she's carrying her with her. There's a little bit of a language barrier with the creator here. It's kind of hard to understand her. Got the subtitles at the bottom. She's carrying their baby around the parking lot, and he's stabbing her in the upper portion of her body while she's carrying this baby. This is nuts.
Crime, but it seems impossible to find. I'm unsure if that's related to me being in the UK or if it just isn't readily available, which is strange because I don't usually struggle to find anyone else's information. Anyway, we can confirm that whatever punishment he did receive for the crime, it was less than 4 years in prison because by October 2021, Jose was residing in Pullman.
Okay, so this gentleman's got my attention now because he used a knife. Not many people go after people with knives. Okay, it's not the regularity. So this is interesting. It is Scottish, in my opinion, Mittens.
Also, I want you to note, in 2017, Jose was also accused of going into a neighbour's house and watching her sleep. This is
Here again, going into the neighbor's house and watching her sleep. Mm-hmm. This guy said this is a Glaswegian accent. Thank you. Is this the uncle? Oh, that's interesting, Ro. Maybe. I don't know.
only briefly touched on in the Pullman police reports, so I can't offer you any more information on this either, other than it happened and the police have a record of it. Fast forward to 2021, Jose lives in Pullman. 3:29 a.m. to a home in Pullman where an ex-sorority student reported someone breaking into her house and entering her room in the middle of the night. The suspect was wearing a burgundy ski mask and had a knife in his right hand. He was described as being around 5'3". He approached the student's bed and she kicked him in the stomach, causing him to stumble back onto the wardrobe and flee the
Okay, so this is the same guy that broke into the house, got kicked in the stomach, so on and so forth. They're saying
scene. The girl instantly ran to one of her roommates to tell them what happened and to wait for police to arrive, as you would expect anyone to do when there's a masked intruder in your home. But anyway, police arrived at the scene at 3:33 a.m. During this period, they explained that their neighbour, Jose Cruz, often smoked, and where he stood to smoke, he could see inside her window. This prompted police to go and speak to Jose Cruz. When they spoke to him, he explained that that night he worked, went to the bar with his friend, and spent the night at his friend Miguel's house. When police spoke to Miguel, he told them they worked, went to the bar, and that he dropped Jose off back at his apartment around 2:30 a.m. When Jose was confronted with this conflicting information, he blamed it on the language barrier and said that's not what he meant to say. However, despite this, it doesn't appear Jose Cruz was ever charged with the crimes. Pullman PD and Moscow PD later considered Brian as a suspect in those crimes, despite him not being in the area at the time or for a further 9 months afterwards, and him also not matching the suspect description. Fast forward to November of 2022, Moscow PD have a vehicle that they believe travelled from Pullman and back and committed 4 homicides in Moscow in between. It's important to note that they think they can't prove. I already went into that with the vehicle's movements. However, Jose became their suspect. Although Moscow PD never confronted Jose and interviewed him about the homicides, instead they took 2 cigarette butts that he had discarded during observation and sent them to the lab. Moscow PD were initially looking for a white, tan, or silver sedan. One of the markings that they mentioned stood out in the description was the shark fin type antenna at the back of the vehicle. When law enforcement were discussing the vehicle in the email thread, an officer emailed in that Jose Cruz's alibi for the night had just so happened to drive.
Oh, okay. So Miguel Moreno, this is Jose's friend that he goes out with, works with, whatever, was arrested for DUI and driving a 2015 silver Hyundai Sonata, folks. Hold on 1 second. This is crazy. 1 second. So a silver 2015 Hyundai Sonata.
Wow.
Okay, like I'm not gonna play dumb here, folks, but that's real interesting. And they do look like they hold on.
A silver Hyundai Sonata, and it closely resembled an 11 to 13 Hyundai Elantra. Upon looking up the make and model of the vehicle, I also learned that that vehicle had a shark fin type antenna. I want to note that when he's mentioning speaking to Jose Cruz and him having an alibi, I'm not certain whether he's talking about on the 12th or the 13th of November, or whether or not he's discussing his alibi from the October suspected crime. Anyway, when the lab processed Jose Cruz's DNA, it didn't match any of the DNA present at the crime scene. I've edited it here.
Okay, folks. That's a
That looks like an Elantra.
That is a 2015 Hyundai Sonata silver. We all know what lighting does to different color vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite interesting, guys. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I can't be the only one that thinks that this is
A coincidence.
quite a coincidence. You know what I mean? Wow. That's wild. Okay, that's wild. Hold on, let me move on.
I've edited it here to add that Jose Cruz's DNA was only ever tested against the DNA on the sheath. So, although I say it wasn't present at the crime scene, it was never tested against the rest of the unknown male DNA, as far as this forensic report indicates. I'll continue. However, neither did Brian Koberger's DNA. Jose's alibi or his friend's DNA was never taken. Jose was never interviewed further, and I don't believe the alibi's vehicle was ever looked into further either. However,
Wait a minute. Thank you, Paul Starr. Steve G once said Sonata and then quickly says Elantra. Was it the October when Brian got pulled over and the police officer ran his license plate? Didn't they first say Sonata?
Yes.
That wasn't that okay. Just making sure I wasn't missing that. His name is Miguel Moreno Saldana is his friend that owns this car. Miguel Moreno, Moreno. Last name is spelled Saldana. So when she pulled him over, Brian over, and she ran his plate, it first came back as a Hyundai Sonata. Okay, that's what I thought they said. I was just making sure of that. That's not the same guy at all. Totally different face shape, ears and nose. That's why I'm gonna have to pull that back up, that video of Robertson, look at his face again, because this is crazy, you guys. I don't understand. I'm just trying to put things together that I've never seen or heard before. But this case, I hate this case too. I do.
What we do have here is a man who's previously stabbed a woman.
See, he looks different to me too. That's the problem.
Does anybody recognize that tattoo? What it is?
No, I can't tell by this. I can't see it. It's kind of sideways.
If he has an arrest record, it's going to have to show that tattoo, because they take it from the left side and and the right side.
Yeah, he'll have a picture that shows that as well. 1 second here. I just want to check something with Robert's video real fast. If I can find it again. I just had it up here. Where the hell did I do with it? Hold on a minute, you guys. I'm sorry. Bear with me. I don't know. This is kind of interesting. I'll just say the car itself really threw me off. I'm just saying. Let me check this out real fast. See his face. This guy looks like his face looks rounder.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? As compared to, I guess, look at him there. Got more hair on his head here. One minute here. I don't know. I mean, it just looks like a different person to me, in a way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Cat cases, I don't know. They look similar, but it's hard to tell.
There are some similarities, but I guess here's the other thing. Let me pull this back up real fast. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pulled it down. But look, we can see that tattoo on the side of his face. I don't see that on this other guy's face. No. He doesn't have that tattoo. So these are two different people. But did they have the right one? There's the question. It's just odd that car is the same type of God, that's just weird. I'm sorry. That's what's got me going that direction. But okay, it's a car just as much as the other car. It is what it is. I don't know.
The other guy seems to have a bigger nose.
Yeah, and his face is thinner. It's not as round, more narrow. And there's no tattoo. Like you can't have. I'm sure the guy didn't have a tattoo removed. Just saying. Two different people, in my opinion. I agree. See the difference?
Yeah.
Way different. Way different. So either way, it's just odd that car is what it is. You know what I mean? That really kind of threw me off. Like, wow. Yeah, it's different people, in my opinion. 1 second here. There you go, Hemi. Yes, I remember that. Sonata, Jose Cruz first interview Pullman. This female sleeping victim had ties with Maddie Zanis. She worked in See, what I'm saying. Like, so is it this guy or is it the guy that we saw in the interview that Robert pulled up? Did they have the right guy? I mean, that's what I'm saying with this case. You never know.
Yeah.
It would be interesting if this guy has a full sleeve tattoo on his arm.
Right. Yeah. Well, the other guy doesn't. You can see that, but Maybe they questioned the wrong guy. I'm just saying. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it at this point because how many other screw ups have they had? I don't know. It's wild. It is definitely wild.
Can
It
you
would.
get his arrest photos?
Goodness gracious, man.
I
I'm
probably
sorry,
could.
y'all.
Oh, you're good.
Because it,
My,
like I
my dog
said,
is acting a fool because the
I'm
damn
sorry.
postman's over here.
Because
What'd
like I
you say,
said,
Diane?
they're gonna photograph both sides of the face, and it will list tattoos.
Yeah.
And if he has a full sleeve tattoo,
Mm-hmm.
maybe that's the guy Brian was talking to.
Yeah, that's true too. That's very possible. If he has a motorcycle, there could be two separate people and two different situations equaling into one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm pulling
Where-
up nothing on Jose Cruz, but there is similar in Idaho and relevant to Cruz. Flores is tied to the Selena Thomas murders cover up.
Gotcha.
In
So
Washington, there is a relevant case to Jose Luis Cruz Augustine, sentenced for unlawful reentry of after deportation following prior sex crimes convictions.
gotcha. So this one here is not the right guy. The one we're looking at, or this one is not the right one. Obviously, nothing half-assed said the same thing. That's not him. The other one is obviously. It's odd the coincidental situations with the car and things like that. That's all I'm saying.
I even tried to cross reference it to the Idaho 4 and nothing got pulled up for Jose Cruz, other than to say there's numerous people with the same name in
Yeah,
the state of Idaho.
right. It's a pretty standard last name. I agree with that.
And I got a co pilot that I can be able to reference anything that's online. But the only thing about the co-pilot is it won't go into the criminal records or anything
Yeah,
like that. So
gotcha.
I'm limited with that. But if he's got like an outstanding case that's publicly known, I can pull all that up.
Yeah, it's not the same guy. I just like I said, I just wanted your guys' opinion, but then I pulled this information. It's just like how many people with this name do you have that are these crazy ass criminals? You know what I mean? It's pretty wild.
Yeah, and they talk about in that video about Jose Cruz being talked to at his apartment about the break-in upstairs.
Sure. So the video you have is the right one, so the other guy's the wrong guy that we were looking at.
I mean, if you know like his middle name or something like that, other than Jose Cruz.
No, I saw it. I saw it, Carrie. I was just looking at the information on that guy. I know she's right. Because we're already at that point.
Let me see what pulls up with this name you gave me here.
No, I saw her. I saw her stuff. I'm not missing it. I was reading that and looking at this other thing at the same time. I wasn't ignoring it. I promise you. I was just trying to put the two together to see if they looked anything alike. That's all. I can't pull anything up in chat. Oh, 1 second, everybody. 1 second.
Was this guy from Washington?
The one in the one in the body cam video.
No, the one in private chat.
He was mentioned by Jose Cruz in the body cam. His friend Miguel and him went to the Lumberyard bar, and this was back in October 2021.
Okay, so Mama J said in the docs for October 10th of 21 incident, it says the guy's name was Miguel A. Moreno Saldana. So that's the guy.
Yeah.
So we have that guy right, but it goes with this guy. It doesn't go with that other guy. So she messed up over there and mixed. She brought up the wrong guy. That's what it was. So Miguel is friends with the guy in Robert's video. There we go. We're right. They mixed it up. That's all it is. It makes sense. Thank you, nothing. And thank you, Mama J. So we have that part right. So therefore, that's why that makes sense. It's a Sonata. silver Sonata that looks a lot like a damn Elantra. I'm trying to see if I can find another way to pull that article. Nothing. I can't show the process, but I have some date of birth, death, Atlanta. Look at Idaho press page, big mugshot, title of Article 7, man gets 7 years in connection to murder by Ruth Brown. Okay. I'll have to find out another way to pull that up. Idaho press page, is that what it's called? So the other creator that did that video, she just brought up the wrong Jose Cruz and put him together with the Moreno gentleman. Miguel, sorry. Idaho press page.
So okay, so it's in the court findings, right? So it's in
Yeah.
some kind of document. So okay, I'm gonna ask.
I got you. Nothing.
It asked me, said, "Would you like me to help?" Because everything that's listed by it is not what we're looking for. But he said, "Would you like me to help you trace whether the name appears in court filings or criminal cases in Idaho or Washington specifically?"
Mm-hmm.
Is that what we're doing? That's what you want to know?
What? Say that again. What you just said.
It says, "Would you like me to help trace whether the name appears in court filings or criminal cases in Idaho or Washington specifically?"
Oh yeah. If you want to go for it, you can definitely. This is something I'm kind of interested in about maybe following this. If this was their number one suspects 3 days into the case, that's an issue for me. Okay, it truly is. Especially now that I see his friend's car. No, I caught what you were saying. Nothing. Sometimes it's hard for me to follow chat and do this at the same time when there's a lot of people in here, but I caught it. I had already written down what you said. I just was trying to read through that first, and I appreciate your input and help with this 100%. All right, Robert. Thank you very much for covering that as well. Appreciate you, and be careful out there, brother. We'll see you soon. I'm gonna be. I think we're gonna dig into this situation a little bit deeper here. Not today, or not right now, but I'm just writing things down going forward with this because I think it's important, you guys. What I want to know is why did they let this go? Why did they just let this fall to the wayside and jump on top of Brian Koberger and go forward with that when this is so much more related? I guess if I would look at this person and look at Brian, probably wouldn't look back over at Brian, if you know what I'm trying to say.
Well, from what this is telling me, Dago, he don't have anything as far as criminal records that's in public known anyway.
Yeah.
It don't necessarily mean anything. It's just that we can't access it.
He could have just drove his friend there. You know what I mean? But now he's dead now, so that's not going to help either. But
I was playing around with this thing. I got a co-pilot, like I said, on my computer, and I could be able to look up different things and whatever. And
yeah, I got that. I had that program too.
And that little hot topic that we had yesterday, it says that it could be grounds for
sure.
What do you call it? Frank? No, not Frank's.
I'll come back in the morning.
Dang. Gigolo, or is
hold on, go ahead, Robert. Hold on, or Hemisphere.
In other words, it wasn't good news of what I found out, or what it says. It's oh shoot. What they did to like the Alec Baldwin case? They threw it out. What was it called? Brady. It came up with a Brady violation about that because there's no public record that knife was they tested for blood or anything. They didn't even bag it, tag it for evidence or anything. I thought that was interesting. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Wow. Y'all hear me out there?
Yeah.
Okay, nobody wasn't responding. I was
Um,
just checking to make sure.
so the guy in the body cam is the one that the lady kicked in the stomach or whatever. And the other guy with the tattoo is his friend, correct?
I don't know. Um, I can't really pull up anything on him.
The car seems like another coincidence in the case. Uh, that is a good. Somebody posted, asked the question, what was his cigarette butts doing outside or in that area? Is that the smaller guy or the tattooed guy?
Yeah, well, that's the reason why I was asking for his middle name or something that was in part of his name, but everything that I pulled up for him, nothing really came up that ties him to the Idaho Fort. Let me see something else. Maybe I can. Okay, there was a cigarette butt.
But the tattooed guy was arrested on the 12th of November of 22 for drinking and driving in Moscow or Pullman.
Jose Cruz.
I don't know, SRP.
There any relevance to this name to the Idaho 4 case?
Oh, okay. So I was always
There's
under
no
the
evidence
impression.
linking Jose Cruz to the Idaho 4 case.
I was just saying, I was always under the impression that the cigarette butts were found around 1122, the home. But I could be wrong.
So, in my opinion, they've been hush hush about all kinds of stuff around that Idaho 4 case. So, if they was to come up with something like this, I could see that they would try to bury it, just like they're trying to bury that knife that I was talking about. So
The knife that he stabbed his girlfriend with that was holding her baby?
yeah, it's just no credible reporting or court record tying the cigarette butt at 1122 Road, the crime scene, to a person named Jose Cruz.
There was a knife in Kopaka's gutter.
I'm sorry.
Somebody had posted mittens for kittens, but there was a knife in Kopaka's roof gutter.
Um,
I'll be right with you guys. I'm so sorry about this.
no, it's okay. You want me to see if there's a connection with Kopaka?
I never heard that there was a knife in his roof gutter. Well, just another coincidence, then, isn't it? Uh, but it seems to me Brent would have more sense to him to, if it was Brent, let me say that, to take that knife as far away from his apartment as possible. I could be wrong.
I've heard a rumor about that. So let's see. What rumors?
I mean, I have zero military training whatsoever. You know, not in the Airbornes, not in the Rangers, not in the Navy SEALs, but it would just seem to me an individual who was and has military training, it wouldn't be in his gutter, his apartment complex gutter.
One, one, two, 16, 11.
It was in the apartments or vicinity, but saying it was specific. Okay, so saying it was specifically in Brent's gutters is incorrect. That even in the vicinity, I can't see. I could see somebody who this was their first time unaliving someone, maybe panicking and, going, oh my God, as they're getting close to their home and, falling out a knife somewhere close. But Brent, he knew not. And I'm not saying it was Brent before anybody wants to email me something hateful. I'm just saying, it seems to me he had the training to keep a level head about him.
Well,
Sometimes.
from my understanding about Kopaka, they was trying to set him up with Koberger to tie him into it, but they couldn't. They wound up killing him off. So that pretty much
Then why,
destroyed that little plan there. So
I mean, it could have been a frame job. Yes, very well. Could have. Like I said, I think this whole, the the Idaho 4 unaliving, it was planned. I don't know about a year in advance, but it was planned. There, this just was not a spur of the moment. Oh, I think I'm gonna go drive around, flip a coin, pick a house, or rock paper scissors, and go, yep, this is the one. Um, that it just and the vicinity that Brent and Brian lived at, it was very close. Um, True, he could have been using drugs, which would, obscure his thinking process. Um, I think if we could actually link Brian knowing Brent, that would probably that would help out a lot. And I'm not saying they knew each other, like I said, and I'm not saying Brian wasn't there. I'm not saying he was there. I don't know. What I do know, I wasn't there. I'm just going off of what the documents say and the silence, the extreme silence that just screams volumes in this case, and the need for people not to know anything.
So
Because what has come out, it just does not say, it doesn't point to Brian. It just really doesn't. And it seems to me that if they had something that pointed more than traced DNA on a sheep, and first it was, oh no, it was on the inside of the snap, and then it was, oh no, it was a strap. It changed somehow. It just seems to me that if they had something concrete that pointed to Brian, put Brian in that area, put Brian in that house, an eyewitness, they would have come out with that all guns a-blazing. The fact that they will not release his jail or prison phone calls, um, that says a lot. Their lack of evidence, and Taylor's 7 minutes, Hunter Johnson's 7 minutes, the 4 a.m. DoorDash. Ian Harsh hears a scream. Dylan wakes up when she wasn't asleep, but nobody, that got swept under the rug. Oh, yes, she was asleep. No, she wasn't. And anybody that can listen to the very initial police interviews of, yeah, I heard a struggle and chaos or something like that, to, well, I just heard crying and you're going to be fine. I'm here to help you. It's insanity. I thought they said a sleeve, which could be many tattoos, but generally, and I have tattoos, and I know a lot of people who have sleeves. It usually is just one, like either a tribal tattoo from the shoulder down to the wrist, or, the knuckles.
All right, guys, I'm so sorry. My basement flooded. Bad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And, there's about that much water in my basement right now. So, that's what was going on. My apologies. Welcome, Dylan. Sorry about that.
Dago, your basement?
I'm sorry?
Your basement is flooded?
Yeah.
Do you have one of what they call it, a sump pump?
I do.
Yeah. Well, you didn't miss much, Dago. I don't know what they were talking about in here, but it was going some weird direction. I had to get everyone back in line. What's going on? Happy Tuesday. What happened to your basement?
I live in a very country rural area, and there's something going on with between the septic and my internal plumbing lines, stuff like that. So my apologies, you guys. I got a sub pump down there. It's submerged. So something's not right. I don't know.
Is it on? Is the power on?
Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, it's
All
on.
right.
Something's going wrong. I don't know what it is. He's the guy that owns the property was just here, and I don't know. I got a bunch of stuff that just got ruined in my basement, so I don't know what I'm gonna do about that now.
That
Either way,
happens.
not your guys' issues. Anyway, on we go.
Donate to Dago. Donate to Dago in the chat.
No, don't worry about that.
Wow, we got to fix Dago's sump pump.
Yeah, it's probably the house is 110 years old, and I don't even know how old.
Damn.
It's crazy. I don't know. It is what it is. Anyway, so we were looking at this Jose Cruz situation. This Miguel Saldana. It's kind of interesting.
Where are they from? Who are these people? This is news to me, Dago. Who are these guys?
Pullman. One of them was the cigarette butt guy. They were following around, Dylan. The
Oh, okay.
the guy that they had as a suspect on day number 3, and it's weird because we looked up this Miguel Moreno Saldana, his best friend type guy. He hangs out with. He owns a 2015 silver Hyundai Sonata. And
Yeah.
it looks just like a damn Elantra. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's fair. It's but I mean, if we're going back to the start, I think we're looking for a different car.
Could be.
So
Yes,
I don't think the Elantra's got anything to do with it. I've never heard these names. That's why I was kind of shocked. I was like, who the heck are we talking about?
Yeah, they're in there. Well, the one name, the Jose Cruz name, is in the documents. The Miguel guy is just his friend, and I was just me doing.
Oh, I got you. I got you.
Miguel is the cigarette butt guy. You remember the cigarette butt?
No, yeah, I don't know. Cigs are nasty.
Yeah.
Cigs are nasty.
I wish I could believe that, because then I could quit smoking. But that's what they were surveilling this guy because of the cigarette butt they found outside, I believe, and so on and so forth. And that's how they probably came up with the DNA. They came up with him based on the DNA found on the butt, possibly. But if that's the case, why did he have a cigarette butt found in the backyard of this house? There's my question.
Well,
he lives in Pullman. Go ahead.
I think first, anything with Pullman, I don't think we got to really look at. This is a Moscow crime. These are Moscow kids with everyone in Moscow. So if it's related to crime, anything in Pullman, I think the only thing that's related to the crime in Pullman that I've come across is the Jack in the Box, because that's the only one that's open in Pullman. So that's where Molly was delivering. But in terms of inside of Moscow, like when they called it White Harlem, I think anything around those surrounding areas outside of maybe the glove or whatever that Maddie and Kaylee, we have to assume they got back home right at 2. So the only evidence that we'd be looking for at that point is like some of their belongings, which we think we might have maybe found something. But I don't know, directly at that point, I don't know anyone else from Pullman or cigarette butts that would lead us to someone.
Here's the only thing that catches my attention is this Mr. Cruz gentleman, his friend, like to go to bars in Pullman, and the Lumberyard is one of them, and that's the same bar that Emma Bailey got pulled over. When she got pulled over, she was coming from, and Maddie had a birthday party in Pullman at one of these bars, and they did have some friends, the victims did, that they knew that they hung out with in Pullman. So if they went to frequent bars there's a possibility that somebody could have encountered them in the bar, maybe became obsessed with them or interested in them, and that in turn is something I can see happening. That's how I look at it from that perspective. I'm not saying that means it's what it is, but you know what I mean.
Yep.
Just
I got you.
Just an angle to take into account. That's all.
I got you.
So and being that they had this gentleman they were surveilling on the day 3 of this investigation on November 16th, and they told the whole world they had nobody, I just like, okay, whatever you say, I don't trust anything they do. Obviously, we don't, but it is what it is at this point. It's just another way to look at it. Interesting, I'll say that much. And when I saw that car that his friend owned, I just about shit my pants. That's all I was saying, because of the car that they put in our face for 3 years. And I was like, well, okay. But I've told you guys before. I think that the white Elantra is a red herring. I've never believed that that car really truly had anything to do with this. So you can look at it either way you want to. Now, moving forward, though, I did want to go back through and review these photographs. People were asking me to look at these pictures. So, but what do you got going on, Mr. Dillon? What's your input for the day, sir?
I heard last night that you're going on with Birdie this week, which is cool news.
Yes, tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. I think is Birdie's time frame.
Yeah, Birdie's a good dude. I've been in touch with him a little bit, so I've gotten him on some avenues that are in the right direction. But collabing and getting more eyeballs on the case is absolutely what we're looking for, as long as it's in the truthful direction, as always, and
Yes.
trying because we do have more information, or at least I do, that I'd like to get in your guys' hands. But most of
Sure.
that is around the text messages I sent you the other day, which included stuff surrounding the president, Mr. Green, and
Yeah.
now we're learning today that Washington State University is being sued by the victims' families, which is comical. I think.
Mhm.
I think it's hysterical, actually. The fact that the families are now being told, "Hey, we need more money for you. We're not going to let this go away. Let's go after Washington State, who has absolutely nothing to do with these four kids in
Right.
Idaho. Nothing to do with them. Washington State has nothing to do with Brian. Washington State did nothing wrong. But Scott Green now is moving a chip, and he has now already spent $17 million in the negotiations with the University of Phoenix
Right.
just to get the paperwork set in place to maybe purchase it, to put the framework in place. He spent $17 million, right? And now now the state and Hippler, they're saying, look, we are going to hire attorneys, and now we're not going to take money from the University of Idaho or the state of Idaho. We're now going to try to sue the state of Washington and get them to pay us money for murders that didn't happen the way that we claim them. And if anyone should be sued, it should be Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk for being aware that there is a felony murder happening or just had happened and then waited 8 hours. That is a crime in itself. They should be
It is.
charged with a crime for not
Yeah.
reporting a felony murder. You have to report that thing. You don't have to report someone speeding, but if you know someone's dead, you do have to report that. You have to report it if it hasn't been reported and you know it hasn't been reported.
Right.
So they are now weaving this. The president, he knows he's in trouble. He's just wasted money. The deal fell through. All of this was starting to happen right around the time the Idaho 4 murders happened, and it's just coming to a close. So if we lock in and think this is, again, a person that is random from a bar or a Brian Koberger or anything, and it's not some bigger cover up, we're mistaking ourselves. Everyone in Moscow is involved. Everyone in the frats are involved. Hippler's involved. Green is involved. Taylor's involved. The list goes on. Everyone's aware that Brian didn't do it, but they're protecting the institution. They're protecting the courts. They're protecting themselves. And we're really, really close. So you getting on with Birdie and continuing to ask questions about people directly involved, like Mr. Scott Green's daughter, who was about the same age as these girls and potentially at the scene of the crime the night that the murders happened, is a topic that no one has brought up, but it is a possibility. And why would we have not heard that by now? Well, if you're Scott Green and the president of the University of Idaho, would you make sure that your daughter was not associated with 4 deaths? You would do so. You'd
Of
make sure
course.
that the attorneys and lawyers and everyone else made sure your daughter was not there. You'd make sure the public knew that your family never owned that house.
Absolutely.
You would make sure that the public didn't know that you might have been at that house the Saturday before these kids were found dead. During the day, during the football game, before the game, you may have been at that house.
Right. Right. Good
So the
point.
cover up is real. It's big. And now it jumps back to Pennsylvania. And Birdie was doing some nice action last night, I believe, with some guys about trying,
Yeah.
initial talking points about there being a connection. Again, that connection doesn't really have to do with Brian being involved in the murders. It does have a connection with how and why Brian was in Pullman. It has a reason of how and why they picked him. There is a connection. That is all factual stuff. We know it. We have those links. But connecting all the dots, we're still doing so. But the Cruz stuff and some other stuff, some cool other conspiracies,
Yeah.
keep great, all great. But you guys, I'm happy you guys connected, and I'm happy we're still on track here to maybe ruffle some feathers because it needs to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And here, this article here alone, folks, this is just one that I had on this. The University of Idaho spent more than $17 million on its failed attempt to buy the University of Phoenix. Now, if you roll down through this, guys, in 2024, July of 24, the University of Idaho's $685 million bid for the University of Phoenix was still alive, but not by much. It had almost a year to come to terms with the for-profit online university and win over legislators who had derailed the deal earlier that year. The U of I and Phoenix had no agreements in place, though, and the State Board of Education had given Phoenix permission to listen to other offers, guys. This is a lot of money, okay? This amount of money will make people do crazy things. Just think about it in that
And
ass.
Dago, can I jump into?
Please do.
And not only is the amount of money a very big number, but as a member of the public and as people that are grown and have went through a school system and universities, and we've been to different colleges across the country, and we know how systems operate. The University of Phoenix Online as an institution, in what way would a public university think that investing in some kind of Fugazi certificate degree is a good idea for the state of Idaho to begin with, right? It's the
Great point.
concept itself is basically you're raising your hand as the president of the university and saying, we can't function a university like the rest of the country. We have to do something different. Why? You are the University of Idaho. You have a nice campus, you have a good community, and you think that because you're money hungry and you're an asshole is what the reason is.
Yeah, and it sounds like they're trying to monopolize a multi-level situation with
Right.
online schooling as well as in person on university. Guys, there's a law firm that was handling this situation that billed the U of I $681 million, folks, to cover this. Are you serious? Like, what the hell? Wow. Okay, but yeah, he's right, guys. They're so greedy. They're trying to monopolize by owning online university as well as, on the ground, in person, brick and mortar type situation.
Right, and the reason behind it, it's they'll sell it as a benefit to the students and being able to expand their reach. What it is it allows them federal tax dollars to expand their student population without having to enroll kids on campus.
Right.
It is a great scheme. Now what they can do with that and what they were doing with that across the country is just faking it, right? So if you have a institution and it's taxpayer funded, how many fake accounts can you create? And then just funnel money to the University of Idaho because they say they have all these Phoenix Online accounts, and federal tax dollars are saying, okay, sounds good, we'll cover their tuition, and then Green is in charge of dispersing that money. So again, what the negatives that could have happened are endless. It didn't happen. It shut down smartly because it was a horrible deal for the taxpayers. But there's still $17 million that was spent just to construct this deal. And all of those records, if you look into the articles, those contracts and negotiation were under seal with NDAs, public contracts between the public university and a private college. The negotiations were under seal. Why? It is a public college making a negotiation deal with a private institution. It's our money, right? As taxpayers. It's not a private equity firm purchasing it. We should have the rights. But since Green had control over the whole state of Idaho and guys like Hippler in the courts, and they had all this money coming in. Everyone was on the same page. It was all good to go. Idaho was operating in the best interest of Idaho, and Green was operating Moscow, he was doing a good job. This is wild, wild west, though. This isn't a good guy that's taking a job at a university because he loves the school. This is a bad human being. This is a bad dude that's
Absolutely.
money hungry, and he's protecting his own. And he lived in the house where the murders happened.
He was
And then
born
he
and raised
acts like,
there and
and then he
raised.
acts like he didn't. Oh, I don't remember. You live there. You're the president of the university. You live right above it.
He grew up in the house, folks, which is
You
why
grew
he
up in
tore
the
it.
house.
That's why they wanted it tore down so damn fast, because he didn't want anything, any form of remembrance or anything in relation to him to exist at that point with that situation. So he cut it off and destroyed it.
Or for a jury to walk through, right?
Right. Oh, of course.
They wanted to keep it in. They wanted to keep all this in Moscow, and they still do. That's still their end goal, which is why I'm surprised that the families are being told to sue the Washington State University. It seems money hungry, right? It seems like, okay,
Absolutely. $400 million is a lot of money, bro. Yes.
who is taking that case, right? And this is the fun part, guys. This is where we get to have fun with this case. Is when they do stuff like this, we get to respond. Okay. Someone is filing a lawsuit the same way they filed a lawsuit to protect the images of the bodies inside of the house during the evidence release. And that's still under seal somehow. I don't know how or why, but it's there.
Right.
If that gets unredacted, we are good to go. But what happens now is they are going to file a lawsuit in the state of Washington, presumably, potentially. Actually, now that I think about it, they're probably going to file the case in Idaho against Washington State University, now that I think about it, because their judges and their people are in Idaho, which they can control. So an Idaho judge under the supervision of the governor and Green are now going to hear this case against Washington State University. And they're going to put a number on it, and they're going to win. And this money is going to be transferred from Washington State University to the families, or to the Idaho courts, and then to the families, which is Green, and the victims' families.
Right.
So these are the bad people, though. These are the people that are actively currently breaking the law by hiding evidence, and now they're continuing to say, you guys can't catch us. We are so deep in this that we're going to keep suing people. We're going to keep winning. Not only are we going to get $100,000 GoFundMe, but we're going to get Brian to pay for our funerals. That's going to come through the state fund because he's in jail. He's not making any money. So that's taxpayer money going back to these families.
Right.
Then we're going to sue Washington State. So we're going to triple dip on it. And then when we're done with that, who knows, right? Who knows? But at what point do you sue Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk and say, you guys could have saved my son and daughter?
That's exactly what I was saying at the beginning of my show, is that there has to be some accountability. If you would have heard, okay, let me rephrase it like I did earlier. One scream and come running down the stairs, and fine, shut your door, protect yourself, whatever you got to do.
Whatever.
You pick the phone and dial 911, and the response time we know is very quick. We don't know.
It's a small town.
That's what I'm saying. And Steve said, well, and I got to say, I'm sorry, Steve, but you're wrong.
Murder is different. Every cop drops whatever they're doing, and they're there. The cops were already there. The cops were already there.
It was a matter of seconds. It would have taken either way, if you look at it, for them to respond. Steve said it didn't matter if anybody called 911 because it was too late. No,
That's horseshit. That's horseshit.
You can't say that. Okay.
Yeah, we know that's a lie.
It could have prevented others, maybe not everybody, maybe somebody could have been saved. Could have stopped it altogether. You could have caught the people that did it. Any of that could have happened, but it didn't, because you didn't call 911. And at that point, there needs to be accountability, and nobody's talking about that. Nobody, including the families. They should be pissed off beyond all recognition, and to the point where, why didn't you do this? That's where you need to be finding your accountability at. That's where the lawsuit needs to be coming, in my opinion. I agree with that. So wholeheartedly, that's insane to me that nobody has even remotely one time looked to them to find some accountability. They're just letting it go where it has to go.
Right.
Brian Koberger, that's it. It's all his fault.
Well, now it's not. Now it's not just Brian Kohlberger's fault. They're pointing the finger at Washington State University
Right.
for accepting him into a PhD program. They're
That's gonna
pointing
get
the
laughed.
they're pointing
gonna
the
laugh
finger.
at, of course,
They're
Tony.
pointing
You
the
know
finger at who are they pointing the finger at? What person are they pointing? I mean, it's so comical that they are even attempting to do this. It's like it has to be like the funniest lawsuit I've maybe
So
ever
are we
heard.
gonna go back and are we gonna sue his doctor as he was growing up, his
Well,
pediatrician? Are we
yeah,
gonna
like,
sue his elementary school teachers? Are we gonna? I mean, come on, it's got to be.
well,
You got to see the light somewhere.
well, there was there's a story recently about well, I won't go with it, but yeah, it is just funny. I don't know who or when or what court or judge has to see something in this case to put a pause and say, let's take a different look at this. I don't know what has to happen, but that's a part of what we have to do as the public is figure out a way to have the right person get eyes on this, and get rid of those people that are still operating a corrupt organization inside of Moscow.
I can agree. I can definitely agree, my friend. Definitely. Welcome, Leah.
All right, well, I'll let Lee go. You guys can talk. I'm out. I'll talk to you later. Good luck on birdie tomorrow. Peace.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate you. All right. Dylan always likes to stop by and throw out some info. Appreciate it very much. This is crazy. I mean, it is crazy that there is no accountability being held where it should be, in my opinion. So, just saying. All right, you guys. Again, sorry for that delay, you guys. I just had to figure out what the hell was going on with my basement. So my apologies there again. Let's jump here now. 1 second here. As soon as this opens up. Hemi, Diane, you guys still here?
Yes.
Okay. Again, my apologies for making you guys wait. I had no idea what was happening. It happened quick, guys. There's probably a good 1.5 feet of water in my basement right now. So I had to figure out where, why, and how, and then continue on. So here we are. We're going to start with the first batch and go back through. Because I've had a lot of people. We went through them once, but we just kind of went through them. We didn't really go through them and look at them and all that kind of stuff and break them down. So this might take us a couple days, and yes, I will be joining Birdie tomorrow night, 6:30 p.m. Central Time, I believe it is.
I think it's 7, Dago.
Is it 7? Okay, that would be 7. Well, for me, just saying, but yeah, gotcha. Is that an hour's difference between us and them?
Yeah.
So it'll be 7 o'clock Eastern time for us. There we go. Thank you. Good stuff, guys. I'm not real good with that whole time zone thing. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay. So of course, we know what these are all about. These are the exterior. I don't think there's much to look at here. I'll be honest with you guys. I still have issues with the 429 vehicle that shows up. And I know people disagree with me, and that's okay. Thank you, SRB. Custody Queens will be the end of the week, Miss Phenomenon. I think it's Friday. We're going to have them on our show. I'm going to join Birdie on his panel tomorrow. And then Friday, the Custody Queens will be joining us here. And I'm super excited about that one as well. Miss Sam and Miss Kristen, super, super good at what they do. And I'm very excited to have them here so that we can break some stuff down that way. But what I was saying is that 429 vehicle, with that really loud SUV that shows up, guys, I don't think it's this car. I just do not believe it's this vehicle. Because, and I'm not saying that I believe everything. In the Gower report, he states that he saw this vehicle here when he picked the girls up at 10 something, and when he dropped them off at 145 or 156, whatever the hell it was. Absolutely, Kristen A. They are both very, very good and very amazing. I agree. And this is still there. I just don't think it's that vehicle for some reason. I think it's another one. And it sounds to me as though that car turns the corner, pulls up, stops, turns its motor off, and it's there at 4:30. Why? So again, I don't think it's this vehicle here, and that's just my opinion. Doesn't mean it's right. Okay, so these are just the exterior vehicles, so on and so forth. I don't think there's anything real important with these that we need to look at, unless you guys do.
No, I don't.
I didn't think so. We know we know who owns which vehicle. So come on now. Of course, Maddie's Range or Kaylee's Range Rover sticker still in the window right there. I didn't even realize that before. Come on, let's get down to business. And this is obviously, we know that this is the path that whoever was in that house at some point took. Or they believe, I should say, because of the footprints that go out the back patio, around that stump there, and down this way, as well as out to the left over towards the Queen Apartments. Amazing Dead Man 24, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And Aggie, welcome. I don't think I welcomed you. Good to see you. And that's true. Fancy's right. Ian Horst, when they interviewed him, I can't remember who did it first, but one of the main things he said was that he saw a souped up black SUV, all decked out, all that, and nobody took it serious. But there it is, you guys, truly. And I can't remember the exact time he put that out there, but good point, Fancy. By the way, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. If you guys want to join us up here and discuss these photographs and other things, please feel free. Oh, the more the merrier, guys. We have plenty of room for it. I always love to hear your guys' actual thoughts, feelings, and opinions on these things. And very interested in that. Satire, welcome, but no bloody footprints. How is that? There isn't any blood trail. How is it that there's not that much blood in the scene, period, there, cat lady? Just saying. Okay, let's see. All right. Jesus, this house was falling apart left and right. Look at that. I didn't even realize that, but okay. Back patio area. So supposedly the cigarette butt that was found with the Jose Cruz situation was back in this realm somewhere. I know one thing, that the people that owned this didn't take real good care of this house. It needed painted and siding fixed and all sorts of things. I wonder if it would have snowed that night, if it would have made it better for better and more reliable footprinting, possibly. Yeah, these are all exterior photographs. I think they got some of the footprints. Yeah, there's a bunch of footprints there. But are these footprints from the situation, or are these footprints from another time? You know, that's the hard part with this. It's hard to tell. I can't even tell exactly what those could be by looking at them. Now that's a boot print, obviously.
Yeah, but are any of them bloody?
No, but I mean, they could have been careful to not step in blood and then go outside. You know what I mean? I can imagine that, but still.
Yeah, but there's blood on the inside of the kitchen by the sliding glass doors of footprints.
Yeah. No, I get it. 100%. You are correct. And they said that this footprint measured out to be 13.5. So I don't know how that works itself out. Have I seen the car key? I saw the key that they found down at the end of the driveway, sitting on the brick wall there. I did see that. If that's when you're talking about, Satire, that is a pretty fresh looking footprint there. And a big footprint. But yeah, Diane's right. There's no blood within it, so I don't know. It's definitely a boot of some sort, folks. There's no two ways about that. Like a work boot or something. Snow being melted, stepped in would look like that, right? And that's what I was thinking too, SRB. It's very plausible that it was the police they're the cops' footprints. Just my opinion. And then we have the cooler bag thrown out in the middle of the yard. Miss Kathy's in the house. Thank you for joining us, Miss Kathy. Great to see you today. Thank you for being here. I don't even know, Satire. It's weird that key was sitting there the way it was. I wonder if it was left there on purpose, if it was something that somebody dropped maybe that was found laying in the parking lot. Somebody just sat it there in case somebody were to come back looking for it. You know what I mean? I don't know, but it's just an opinion.
Dago, if I get kicked, it's thundering and lightning here.
No problem. No problem.
Only in Indiana.
Yeah, gotta love it. You gotta love it. Of course, this is now, mind you guys, a lot of people made a big deal about this screen being off, and that's been off for a long time, guys. I don't think that had anything to do with that situation that night at all. The handprints on the window, I don't know about, but that screen was off. I'll say it that way. Hold on here. Okay, guys. Weird tree. Nothing really in this area. Okay, 1 second. I got to pull something and look. Hold on. Yeah, I went back and checked for that, Kathy, just to make sure, because I had a lot of people questioning that. But yeah, it was down then, and it could have been down even before that. You know what I mean? So thank you, Kathy, for verifying that again. Just that way people don't get all. There's enough for us to worry about these days with the case, not to have something extra, All right, and then this is the side of the house. I think that we saw what looked to be a possible bullet hole. Plausibly, not for sure. And I don't think we've come to that yet, but we will. That could be it right there, actually. Spent some time looking at that one day. That would be that wall right there is the wall that Maddie's bed was pushed up against, and Kaylee and Maddie were in that bed. So if that was a bullet hole right there, that's kind of interesting, folks. And that's not the photograph. I think it's 382 and 80. It's the last of these photographs. 242 and 243. There she is. Thank you, Tomboy. I thought she was napping, but I knew she would have it down because she was on point with that. So we walk in the front door. We got Trulies all over the place. There's the bathroom. And again, coming in this door, we were told that, and you're welcome to join me up here, Tomboy, if you want to. I know you were pretty into these as well. Hunter tells us he goes in this front door, makes a right, and the girls are standing in that bedroom. They claim to be Bethany's room, which is not. You have to make a left and go all the way to the end of the hall to get to Bethany's bedroom. Mama Bear's in the chat. Welcome, Mama Bear. Good to see you. Check out the last half hour about Cat's podcast last night and listen to Criminal Mind Hole. Please tell me if you believe him. It's mind blowing. He has receipts. Really? We'll have to do that. Definitely have to do that. What do you got going on, Fizzy? What's gross? What are you guys grossing out about? Do you know a timestamp there for Outcasts? I was in there for a little bit and then I had to go. I fell asleep. So if you guys have a timestamp, let me know what it is, and I will. That way we can go right to it and check it out. Criminal Mindals? I didn't think we. Oh, maybe we do. I don't know. More Trulies. Hang on. Nothing really here. Welcome, Leah. Good to see you, dear. Thank you, Fizzy. I appreciate that so much, hon. Very much appreciated. There's okay, so there's no deadbolt on the door. That was removed. So this is all that holds this door shut, you guys. And I've said this before. If that door is not pulled tight, in my opinion, and latched, and that doesn't lock in place, guess what? That door is going to open right back up. With or without a code. There's no deadbolt on this door. This is it right here. And in my opinion, you can open that with a credit card, you guys. Just saying. Oh, thank you, Kathy. I'm glad you're enjoying it. There's a lot of people that have requested this to actually break these down and look at these. So again, right there, I can take, anybody could probably take that and take any kind of a card, slide it in there, pop that open. There's no deadbolt. That's it. Or even shoulder that door and it'll probably pop open. If it's not pulled nice and tight. If it doesn't make a good seal, guys, that's going to pop right open. That's all that's holding that door shut. That I didn't realize before. They say that these locks are the greatest, but I found a thing, guys, where you can get an override code and override this in anytime you want. Or how many people do you think had this code? That was brought to my attention the other day about how often they changed this. Think about that. How often do you think they changed the code? Or did they ever? Did they just keep the code, same code they were given when they moved in? How many people that lived there before them gave the code out to their friends? And they're, you know what I mean? So there's got to be a lot of people that could have had this code. Just saying. And again, no deadbolt. Wouldn't take anything to pop that door right there. I can do it right now. Exactly. Tons of people had this code. How is there even a lock? Right. It's crazy. Absolutely insane. No deadbolt, guys. Nothing there but this little, that's it. And that doesn't even, oh yeah, it does. There's a double back there anyway, but still. And it looks like, it just doesn't look very strong to me. There's your lock. Like I said, you can pull an override code for this off the internet. All you got to do is put in the brand name, which is Slodge, and go in, and they give you override codes how to override these locks. It's insane. Yeah, Xana's dad fixed the hinges, from my understanding. See, that's where the deadbolt was, and somebody took it out and put this plug in instead. I'm sorry, but that's a big mistake. There should still be a but they should have had both, this and that. Oh, okay. No problem, Fizzy. Thank you. And first floor bathroom, more Trulies. And then we have the little mini bar shots over here of, what is this? That's Candy's favorite, I think. I can't think of the name of it. The cinnamon stuff, whatever that's called. Let's see, Kathy says her working theory is no facts yet. However, the expensive drug sniffer K was not present with his partner for a reason around that house. Working on that. Good point, Miss Kathy. Very good point. That's interesting. Fireball. Thank you, Susan. And satire, both. Yes. And Tomboy. It looks like it's on Premiere, but it's not finished, so I can't go to the timestamp. Okay, no problem there. Don't worry about it. We'll get to it, though. I might just pull it up. I'll be able to pull it up, and we can scroll to the end. Whatever you guys want me to do. If you want to wait till we go through all these photographs, or do you want me to go through that real quick, and then we can finish the photographs? Because the photographs are going to take us a couple of days to go through all of them. But
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to hear what Criminal Mindholes has to say, because to my knowledge, he never provided any receipts.
okay. Miss Kathy just said per ISP, evidence receipt, 3 suspects. Suspect 1 was a 20-year-old, and they were 2 named Brian, different variations, first name Brian. Oh, okay. Interesting. Good work, Kathy. Interesting. If you have a law, could you bring up some photos of flashlights that look like they're on the back? Ah, sure. Absolutely. Not a problem, Miss J, at all. Mattress photos, yes. Absolutely. Somebody needed to change the toilet paper roll there. It drives me nuts. Nice vanities.
That's what I thought, SRB, because I had waited, because he had posted some photographs that I thought was kind of inappropriate at the time. Still do, because obviously that it's been proven those are not the victims. But I had always waited on any receipt he had.
So this is all just the first floor bathroom. I don't think there's much here. First floor again. Hold on, is that what I think it is?
Is that blood?
I was looking, but no, it's a piece of a leaf. That's why I blew it up.
Okay.
That's why we're taking our time looking through these this time. All right, so this is the other. That's another door that has an electronic lock on it. Or is that the utility room? I think that's where the water heater, furnace, and all that's at. It's got an odd door handle on it. All right, and then we got stairs, more shot bottles. Let me blow this up a little bit more. You still here, Hemi? Probably put him to sleep.
Yeah, I'm still here. It's just my dog is acting a fool today. I don't know what is wrong with him.
No problem. He wants Dad's attention.
Yeah, well, I think I've had him since he's a puppy. I told my wife, I said, I think he's starting getting into his manhood years. Because he don't know what he wants. You know, he's been acting strange. I don't know.
Right. Somebody said to go back to the White Claw box. One second, you guys. Right here.
There he goes again.
That's okay. I didn't see any blood on that box. Is there another one? Nope, that's the only one I saw. I don't see any blood on it, though. I think you might have seen the cardboard torn where they opened the flaps on it. Right there. And these are just the colors of the flavors. Let me blow it up real big. Big as I can get it so you can see it clearly. Yeah, I don't see anything on there one. Hey, Amethyst, good to see you today, dear. Thanks for joining us. Susan Russo, you as well. Not the box on the floor. Oh, okay. Is there another one? Did I miss one? You're fine, Meg. Don't apologize. What time is it, guys? 3:26. Good. We're still good in time. I may have to step out for a minute to take a short phone call, but that's okay.
I did a little deep. I did a little deep into the what relevance the dates December the 19th and December 5th was, and
okay.
it was an argument that was made and during the Franks hearing about that, and Taylor was questioning Payne about it, and it possibly, well, Payne lied on the stand about it pretty much.
I'm sure that's not much of a surprise for you guys.
No.
There's the night that we was talking about yesterday, there was grounds that because they never put that in evidence or had any kind of DNA was follow up on that knife, that would have been grounds for Brady violation.
Sure. Good point.
So yeah, that was very significant for a lot of reasons. That could have got this case. There's a lot of things that could have gotten this case thrown out. It's amazing what money and power can do to a case. You know, it's crazy.
Right. So at this position here with this guys, we know that they found blood on this half wall here. I don't know if it was the lower half or the upper half. And I know for a fact that they found blood up here. Okay. Because we saw that they had the Amino black all over that wall and on this handrail. And people have been saying for a couple of days here, and I get why you're saying it now, because a lot of people are asking if they painted, because it looks like it could have been painted, but I can't imagine that they painted this stuff and nobody smelled it when they walked in. Okay, that's the issue there. So it does look as though, it's been cleaned pretty well. That's pretty wild. So Miss Krista's in the house. I saw Rhode Island housewife. Welcome to you. Good to see you today. Let's see. Is all the trash supposed to be from the frat? That's my understanding. 42. That's my guess too. That they never really got a chance to clean up after Friday night's party and so on and so forth. So there was over 100+ people there in that house on Friday night. So yeah, that's what was being talked about last night, is that there's like drops of paint that they focus on in the pictures too. So if that's the case, it'd be kind of interesting. You know what I mean? So I don't know. That's what I thought too, SRB, because I'm telling you, if you'd walk into a house that was freshly painted, that smell's not going to go away in 24 hours. It's going to be a strong smell. Even you would smell it even with the smell of the deceased bodies in the house, in my opinion. Just saying. Now, could they have daubed over spots with a paintbrush here or there? Sure. That wouldn't be that strong. That wouldn't go away. But I'm just saying, or that would go away. I just don't think that it was painted overnight. That's all I was saying. But you never know. I could be 100% wrong. All right, so upstairs to the living room area. There again, there's boxes everywhere. I was always curious about this JanSport book bag here, if that belonged to them, or if that was something that was somebody brought in and left, possibly. The bullet holes. Wait a minute. Have you seen all the bullet holes shown by Birdie under the stairwell going up to the 3rd floor? No. I guess I will have to look for that because I've never seen that before. Yeah, the luminol under lights would show that too. I agree with SRB's right on that. You're right. That's what I was saying too, False Start. So Cal Gal, welcome to you. I also think it was a pregame also, and there were no parties with 100 people. Well, according to what the thing was Friday night, there was a lot of people there in total. I don't know how if it truly was 100, but you know what I mean. Let's see. Okay, could be. I think that's the black backpack that Xana filled up when her and Ethan were leaving Sigma Chi. Good catch, Mama. Good catch, Mama J. Stop. Phone on the floor. Right there. That is a phone, right? Let's see, guys. Let me zoom in.
Yeah, that's a phone.
I'll be damned. Check it out. That's a good catch. I wonder who that belongs to or belonged to. That's an iPhone, I believe. Right there. Smaller, thinner. Oh, wait a minute. Meanie said, I think that's a straw. Jen said the same. I see it. I see what you guys are looking at, though, because if you look at this and the way the flooring is, it looks like a screen. Good catch either way. But yeah, your mind will play tricks on you because of this flooring and the blurry photos and all that. But I saw what you were seeing at first. It does look like it could be a phone, though, if you look at it real quick. Good catch, and good catch on the straw, too, you guys. That's why we do this. There's some, maybe, is this the other sock that Kaylee was missing? If you guys remember, they only had one sock on.
I was wondering about that, but I don't think the autopsy report stated whether, it was a gray tip white sock. So
It didn't say for sure, no. Yeah, I have the concave monitors, you guys, so that probably didn't help me looking at it. So yeah, it's definitely a straw now that you look at it. Got you, Aggie. Gotcha. All right, shrink back down a little bit. We can see it as we come up. Okay, so now we're in the living room again. Yeah, that's definitely a straw. But it's so weird because that floor will make you play some tricks on your eyes. More White Claws, glasses, cups there, pillows, cans, natural light.
that's
pillows.
a TV, right? In the
Right
corner?
there. That's a TV right there, yeah.
With all the beer bottles and stuff in front of it?
Can you see it on the screen right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a TV.
Oh, so there's a White Claw.
It's a Roku TV. There's a
Yeah.
White Claw right in front of it and a candle next to that. And then there's two glasses here. Those glasses, I hope those glasses were taken and tested for prints and DNA. So there's a cup on the couch, a shirt. Let's see, another cup there. I hope they tested all those for DNA, to be honest with you, and prints. Mine doesn't do that, Jay. The one I have behind me is a Roku TV, and it doesn't turn off. I have to turn it off. I decided I didn't set that, but okay. So now more of the living room.
Dago, was there any DNA found in Dylan's room?
Not that I know of.
She didn't have a jacket or something that they found.
Oh, there was a jacket and a blanket that were found in her room that they had tested, I believe. I don't know if it came back with anything on it. And from my understanding, what I read, I don't believe it did. We got a bag of chips here. And I wondered about those chips. Is that the same bag of chips that Bethany said she took to her bedroom to watch Big Daddy on? Or is that a different bag? Because they're up here now. And if they're up here now, that means that she was up here with the chips. Or is it a different bag? That's what I'm saying. And popcorn too, yeah. Didn't they find Jack Showalter's DNA on the Keystone cans in Bethany's bedroom? I don't remember that satire, but it's very possible. Yeah, it's my favorite kind of chips, the Kettle brand. Which one? That's why I said, is that a different bag of chips? Or is that the same bag of chips that Bethany took to her bedroom? Because they could have had more than one bag of chips in the house, is all I'm saying. Remember when Chief 5 pulled up the movie again at Dylan Norton's jacket? So, yeah, gotcha. Pink blanket was Victoria's Secret blanket, okay. See, apparently the lights were on during it. Yeah, these lights were on. All of these lights were on the whole time, from my understanding. Yeah, it's true too. They were kind of messy. I'll say that's true too. For sure. All right, and then of course there's the table, the one boot, or the one Doc Martin, whatever. I've always wondered what this is. This part of this recliner here. It looks like it might be. It could be dangerous.
But
Yeah, good point, Cassie. What'd you say there, bud?
I was just going to say that no, they didn't find any DNA matching Jack Showalter in Bethany's room.
See, I wasn't sure about that. If they did, it was something I hadn't heard.
No.
Good point. Nothing half-assed. There's their router.
See, they took
Unlike,
bedding, clothing, swabs from her room, but none of them disclosed evidence has been tied to Showalter.
right. This is the second floor bathroom, correct? The one by Xana's room, if I'm correct. Pretty sure. And there's nothing on the ground or anything that looks out of place too much. This is the bathroom that Dylan and Xana share.
Xana was the neat freak, right?
Who?
Xana, wasn't she
She's
the
that one
neat
that was
freak?
cleaning all the time. Yeah, I believe so. Welcome back, Dylan. Yeah, she was the one that they were always talking about, was cleaning all the time and so on and so forth. All right, so I don't see anything really severely out of place here. Another glass there. I hope they
I
printed it.
wonder
Go ahead, bud.
what shoe did that bloody shoe print found in front Dylan.
Tennis shoe back there. Okay, so that's the other angle showing the toilet in there. I mean, I don't see anything too out of place here. They have whatever that is covered up again. Probably something that would be copywritten.
Said that the affidavit specifically states the print was constant or consistent with a Vans type shoe sole pattern. It was not a full print, though.
Oh, the latent print in front of Dylan's door?
Yeah, but it wasn't a full print.
Right. So here we are with the knife again. And typically made a good point with this. Like when we look at different photographs, it looked like two different knives. Pretty wild.
But it says right here that even though it's not a full print, but enough of the outsole design was visible to suggest similarly to Vans sneakers.
Yeah, the sole on a pair of Vans is pretty. Like
I've never seen a Vans shoe, so I don't know.
I have a pair. You know the sole on it real clearly.
What kind of shoe was Dylan wearing in that picture that's everybody's done seen? It's the most famous picture of it all.
The photoshopped one?
I don't think you can see their feet, can you? You're talking about one where they're all there holding each other up and stuff?
Yeah, the picture that is very well known. Everybody's seen it. It's all with everybody there.
Yeah, I don't know that you can. I don't remember if you can see their feet or not. I'll have to look.
And that knife right there is one we was talking about yesterday. They never tested it or anything.
Gotcha. Well,
Hey.
zoom in on the one that spilled. What's up,
Yeah,
Dylan?
speaking of knives, in the first body cam, or the one famous body cam that everyone refers to, I think, is the one cop, and I'm forgetting exactly names. I don't have it in front of me. Sorry. But the first video where the cop enters and we see, I don't know, suspect number one, Hunter, at the top of the steps. Well, there were obviously Hunter's fingerprints on that knife. Did we get a further test on that knife? Do we have a report on that knife that shows his fingerprints on it? And is that in evidence?
Not that I've ever seen.
And was there any other DNA on that knife? Because we all want to focus our attention on the sheath, which is great. Everyone wants to talk about it. I'd never want to hear the word sheath again in my life because it didn't kill anyone and it has nothing to do with these murders.
Right.
But that knife has fingerprints. So let's see the report on that knife. That should be public knowledge, and that should not have any redactions. There's no reason for that to have any redactions for any privacy concerns, because that is evidence in a murder trial. It is an active knife. It is a weapon. with a suspect. So that knife, I think we need to focus on in this picture, because not because it might be the murder weapon, but because it is something that is clearly missed in this investigation, or
Yeah.
it's just something we should see, right? And I don't care.
I agree.
I don't care if we see it and the report says Hunter's fingerprints are on it. That's fine. I want to see that report though, because that shows me they did in fact test all, the different knives that were within the vicinity of the bodies, and
Bingo.
they did inspect everything, and the sheath wasn't the only weapon found. We also tested things like golf clubs that can do impacts. We tested things like bats or other knives that were maybe put back in drawers or cleaned or washed. None of that happened, right? So that's what
Right.
we should be focused on
See,
in this picture, is where was that knife
yep.
in the video? Where did he
Right.
set it down? Let's make a timeline of where that knife is. Let's follow the knife, just like we should follow Murphy, just like we should follow Rosendahl, just like we should follow Molly, and then we lay that timeline out, and then it gives you the murder scene, right? And the murder scene's not
Yeah.
at the house; it's at the
Good point.
apartments, right? The murders don't happen all at the same time; they're at separate times. Xana and Ethan are dead earlier. That incident is well before everything we've seen is not correct, right? There's very little of this investigation that is correct. What we're looking at in this picture and these photos, this is a staged crime scene. Everything we're looking at, we have to look at with a grain of salt.
And that's what I was saying before, is that the fact that they gave this to us says everything. Okay.
Yes.
They're not going to give us.
Correct.
They're not going to give us things that we're supposed to see.
Correct.
They gave this to us to appease us.
Yep.
And set everybody up, in my opinion, and that's why you have to look at these things so carefully, and things like that. And I agree, Dylan, and he's absolutely right. You guys, this knife, there should be a report on this knife. It should have been tested for DNA. It should have been tested for fingerprints to see who's all over this. And then there should have been a questioning session we talked about, like yesterday, Hemi. Why was this knife on the floor and then picked up and put on the table by the same person, in my opinion? Why did you have the knife? You explain that. That's fine. And like Kathy said, there's no evidence anywhere that ISP ever forensically tested this knife here. That's interesting. That should be what was done, but they didn't. And they don't expect anybody to question that, because the way that they treated the person that handled this knife, we're supposed to look at him the same way, as if he's innocent of everything. Well, nobody's innocent of everything, because we don't know the truth about anything. That's truly how I feel.
Yeah, and then the other big piece of evidence that I think is pretty clearly missing from that should be public knowledge, because it is absolutely exculpatory evidence against Brian Koberger, if we believe the state's theory, and that's the timestamp on Molly's picture that she said she took of the food outside of the door after she was there for 15 minutes. That timestamp is going to be around 4:15 or 4:16. She takes that picture. She she confirms it. She gets in her car, and then she speeds away. And that's the car we see speeding away at 4:17.
Yeah.
So all it takes is that picture to throw a giant wedge in Scott Green's story. Again, but the reason I jumped back on, I guess, sorry to just jump in, but the reason I jumped back on was someone on X mentioned that the lawsuit, and I might need some help looking into this. If we can do it tonight, that'd be great. But the Washington State lawsuit that I was making fun of earlier, that's comical.
Mm-hmm.
Who is that suit brought by?
It's I believe it was the Goncalves family that was the initiator for it.
Okay, so
Shannon Gray.
Okay, so if it's him, right, and if we follow kind of my or our working theory that you and I have kind of discussed a little bit, and I believe that Steve is an outsider of this Moscow crew that we're referring to, right? This organization of frat and university leadership and political leadership and all this jazz, then we're if that's really the case, I guess, and he's on the outside of it, why aren't the other families joining in? And
Yeah, well,
is it because Steve is thinking along our lines right now, and he's thinking, I want to see the evidence. So if I sue Washington State, because it's obviously a joke of a lawsuit,
right.
so if he does that, does he get to see the evidence
That's a
to
good.
prove
That's a good point
what Brian did to his daughter
because they won't.
was effective? He'd have to show that in court, right? He'd have to
Yeah,
show
because
the damages, the brutal violence. Maybe Steve is on our side and is looking for the evidence here. And he's going out
that's
on a
very
limb, and maybe this is his way of getting it.
well, and truly, I struggle with a lot of stuff. Again, everybody knows that I feel for the families and their loss. So before anybody says a word, because I'm not going that direction with it, but I agree with Dylan on this because Steve has made some relatively recently too some interesting questions. Okay, and with those questions, he's been told things by Chris McDonough that they didn't seem to know, and that's kind of interesting to me. Maybe he's right. Maybe Dylan's right. Maybe he's looking at this from a different angle to get something out of it that we don't see right in our face. Do you know what I mean? I think that Karen was part of this as well, the Laramies. But as far as I'm concerned, I understand that's it. But again, yeah, good point. This knife should definitely be something that I think is should be in part of evidence. It should have been tested. It wasn't tested. It's a big issue, and there haven't been any documents. Lucy's been looking for them. Any documents filed for this lawsuit as of yet. So right now, it's just word of mouth or rumor or whatever you want to call it that it's going to happen. We'll see. We'll see what
So,
happens with that.
sorry, I don't know where I cut out there, Dago, but
Uh, go ahead.
I do, regardless, I think he's kind of on the outside, but I think this may be the public's way of seeing the evidence
Sure,
is
that's a good point.
is the same way they protected the evidence in some ways of this case is the same way we should be able to reopen it, right?
Yeah.
To say, hey, look, we did pay for it. The people of Idaho did.
Yes.
The federal government was involved. So that means, every one of us was involved in some way. Othram got a big paycheck.
Mm-hmm.
Hippler's been, Hippler gets a paycheck.
Sure.
There's been
Everybody.
a big GoFundMe. This is a big moneymaker for Idaho. They invoiced all of those rent-a-cops that were up there removing the goods from that house. The bill to tear down the house was billed to one of Scott Green's friends or Showalter's construction company buddies. What's her name's sister, the one that got all the plastic surgery? Showalter's daddy, who's the surgeon, was doing that for free. Like, this is all connected. These are some weird people out there, man. I don't know what else to tell you. And there's some killers too. That's the worst part about it. There's some killers. And it seems like they're killing the wrong people, right? Like, there's some bad people in this country. And they're screaming for the death penalty out there in Idaho and trying to throw Brian out there as like this guinea pig for it when he didn't do anything. It's like you got some mean killers out there, like within your own departments that are killing kids off and girls.
Right.
So it's like, all right, you can have the death penalty, but like, be careful, because when we get you, like, all right, cool. Then I'm game with the death penalty. If we
Yeah,
want
I
to go
got
that
you.
route, if
I
it's
got
if it's these guys that are on the chopping block, sure. But yeah, that knife, I don't know. Is that the knife he picked up?
That's the one that it was laying on the floor that he claims that he went in, grabbed the knife, went through, checked out the closet in the room, and he goes out, and for whatever reason, it's never been stated, he drops it on the floor. And this is the oddest thing. We've been talking about this for 2 days now, Dylan. He drops it on the floor. If it's the same knife, we were wondering, was there two, was there one, whatever. And then when the police walk in, they go in the room. Then he picks it up and puts it on the table. He tells them the story about putting it on the table. But then his girlfriend comes into her interview, and one of the first things she goes to is this knife at the top of the stairs on the floor. Now, this is your boyfriend that had this in his hand. These two are a couple. They're not talking. How does this not come out? And that she's giving an interview, he's giving an interview. Neither one of them talks about this knife. Oh, well, she does, but she doesn't talk about it in reference to him having it. That's the odd thing with this, okay? It's hard to put that together and make this make sense. So we've been going around in circles about that for a couple of days now, but this is not listed anywhere that I found. Kathy verified that she didn't see it. We've looked for it. It's not in evidence anywhere. I don't see anywhere where it was tested for anything. We have an issue with this, in my opinion, because we have 4 people that were killed with a sharp-edged object. Here's the sharp-edged object. It's laying out in the open, and nobody thinks twice about it. It's odd to me.
Yeah, yeah. And then obviously all the other footage, because like again, if our theory is more accurate, you know, those cars that are cruising up there between 1 a.m. and 2:40, you know, or 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., like that's all like again, then we're speculating on this car that's over there at 4. And like it's like, all right, cool. That's Molly's car. We're over that. We're over that. All right.
Yes.
That's her car. She made it very clear. She said there's one other car in the area for that 20-minute time frame, and it's a tan car with a dude with spiky hair in it. That's not Brian Koberger. It's a tan car. She said it was inches away from her. She said it was tan. She was there for 15 minutes.
Right.
There's a tan car, and then we see a tan car pass in the body cam footage of Dylan getting interviewed outside of the house in the morning. They let a tan car go from the apartments down the street.
Right.
So it's like, okay, well, we've been looking for a white car. What about this tan car?
Well,
Why don't
we also heard that the silver school car, the unmarked police car that Tedsdale and Rosie were driving that night,
right?
When you run it under those lights, this came from Detective Payne himself. It looks tan. So what do you got there? You know, I mean, what? These are the things that are important that are not being paid attention to. We also know that car made multiple circles around that area that night. In effect, that's the same situation that they blamed on Brian Koberger. And Payne knew this, knew that car did this. There's a report from those officers stating what they did that night, and never said, hey, this could have been the officer Rosie and Tedsdale and not Brian, but nobody would admit to that because it would take you away from that narrative.
Okay, so here's a tricky thing that has to happen to when it comes to the, I guess, the time frame of or what Brian Koberger, what they said he did. So think of his storyline. Portions of what they said he did, someone had to actually do that night, right? So like you have to think that they probably included some truth of what actually happened, even if it's minimal, because you have to in order to tell a story, right?
Every lie has some truth in it. That's a fact. You have to have that.
So we do have to find that, like what portion of the story. I guess we haven't done that yet. You know, what portion of it was Rosendahl and these idiots, and now Eric Grauer has a deep connection to Pennsylvania and a connection to the Moscow Police Department, and he's a private driver driving a college girl around while he's married. I mean, and he just drops them off, and this guy's off scot-free. Like, where's that drop off on camera?
Right.
Where's his car dropping them off and then immediately leaving? I'd love to see his car drop them off and then immediately leave. But they won't show you that because, again, we don't get to see things that hide the truth, right?
We don't get to see the things we're supposed to see. Yeah.
Yeah.
And according to Olivia Genkovez, she claims that she watched on the 1112 camera that she watched her sisters get dropped off at 156 by Gower, and then off he goes. Well, explain to me how you watched that if they got dropped off in front of the house when that camera faces the opposite direction. I don't understand that. I'm sorry. So I want to see the actual footage of this if it exists. If you saw
It's
it,
out
why
there.
can't we see it? Why can't we see it if you saw it? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but
Um,
they might have did a pretty good job by now of shutting it all down.
oh, of course, we know that. I mean, it's already been proven that the 11-12 footage has been doctored and altered. Christie's Chaos proved that by showing side by side two videos that are identical at separate times. Identical. Okay, that's crazy to me. So
Yeah, when you allow they built themselves enough time. So no longer is it conspiracy. If you look back at the timeline, they built in enough time uh, to tamper with all of this. Um, if you imagine giving any kind of video expert, especially if you're talking about FBI and
sure,
upper levels of Moscow PD or something, or even Green's been around that block a long time. They got IT people within the school. They got this isn't hard to maneuver, especially when you're the guy signing the paychecks. Like, yeah, like you'll doctor something to protect your own. That's okay. I mean, I get it, right? Uh, I get their perspective, what side they were playing and what they were involved in. It sucks, but it is what it is, right? Like we got sometimes you take it on the chin and you get got, right? It's life. Not everyone wins every week or every
absolutely.
month or every year. So yeah, you guys got away with it for a while. I think he's been president since 2019. Yeah, I think your time's run out there in Idaho. You failed at purchasing the University of Phoenix, and it sounds like you got yourself involved in 4 murders on campus that involved your family members, including your daughter. So where were you the day of the murders, Mr. President of the university that used to live in the house? Let's start asking the tough questions. And maybe it's time for you to step aside, just like the rest of your cronies are stepping aside. You see Payne step aside. You see, what's his name? The original investigator step aside. All these guys are moving, but he's still there. You know why? He's got to be. Because if he's not there, the next guy might look into it. He might start asking some questions. There might be
That's
a new sheriff
exactly.
in there might be a new sheriff in town.
It's a good point.
But
Very good point.
but if the sheriff is still the sheriff and he's also the judge and the jury and the executioner in Brian Koberger's case, which they tried to do. They literally tried to get the death penalty out there so they could kill this man. They were trying to do that just for this. That's how badly they wanted to cover this up. That's how big this is. That they wanted to kill Brian Koberger for this. So when people say it's not a big deal, they were willing to go that far for it. That they were trying to get it pushed through the state in time to get this guy executed.
Very, very good point. Very huge point too, my friend. I appreciate it. That's Dylan Mort on panel speaking. Greg, welcome, Greg. And Lucy said, "Facts. They sure were, 100%."
So anyways, I got to go for the night.
You just made a really good point, though. Like, if Green were to step down, retire, move along, so on and so forth, and somebody steps into his place, I'd be interested to see if this person would look into something and things would come to the table that weren't there before. That would be a really interesting situation. I'll say that much. Good point, sir.
Not only is he directly involved with a murder scene, but he is directly responsible for wasting $17 million of taxpayer money.
Yep. Very good.
So that's like strike one, strike two, and it's like I'm sure we do not have to look far for strike three, right?
Of course.
And so it's like, okay, if the school is cool with it and the University of Idaho is cool with it, and they're gonna keep running it that way, that's fine. But just wait. If there's a little political shift, if there's a new senator or a new governor or a new mayor or a new president, and the wrong person gets a hold of this information, right? This more accurate information of what went
Yep.
down that night.
Bingo.
Then that's when you'll start seeing people in Moscow start running around like chickens with their heads cut off, like it's a Chinese fire drill, and people will start flipping on each other, and it's gonna be nasty. I'm giving you a heads up because
Oh, I gather
if
it.
there's
Yeah.
dead people, if there's dead people in 2022, there can be dead people in 2025. If they're willing to kill then and shut people up because they told Adam everything, and a cop has to take a college girl out for covering up murders or telling people about murders, they will do it here. The Chapins are covering up the death of their own child. So we are talking with psychos. We are not talking with your normal people, your normal
Right.
college students, your normal college town. These are crazy lunatics. And if anyone thinks differently, they're wrong, and I'm right. But yeah, so that's it for today, Dago. I've had a long day. I'm gonna get out of here, but we'll catch up later.
All right, buddy. Thank you for your input
See
as
ya.
always. See you soon, brother. Very good points, though, sir. I appreciate it as always. Thank you much. Always making some interesting points, Mr. Dillon is. Very
I
much.
know he's been on it today.
Oh yeah, when he gets going, guys. He's been looking into this pretty hardcore for a while now. Can't remember what that was there. We looked at that once before. Pictures aren't the clearest, but some things are hard to see. Tomboy thought it was a watch. I don't know what it is. I thought it was the top to a champagne bottle.
Yeah,
Lucy
well,
said to Dylan, and Dylan, if you think different, you're wrong. There you go. Kathy's saying this is the area of the latent print that no one talks about.
I'm a firm believer in karma, and I believe it's all going to bite them in their ass.
Yeah. So this right here is where the latent footprint was. This is going into Dylan's bedroom. Yeah, that's what I thought, Fizzy. It looked like a champagne bottle top. Dylan talked about them drinking champagne at one point. These are the stairs going up towards Kaylee and Maddie's room.
In my humble opinion, it all points at the surviving roommates. I'm sorry, it does.
But there's definitely,
I haven't seen anything otherwise.
Yeah, there's definitely arrows pointing at them for sure. But wasn't when Jen? I don't remember if there was. I didn't know it. You could be probably absolutely right, but all I knew about was the one in front of Dylan's room, in this vicinity here somewhere. So, and I strongly believe, you guys, that there was something that happened in this kitchen that night. Something happened in this room, in this kitchen that night. I truly, in my heart, believe that. Never been stated. It's never been pointed to be part of the crime scene, the kitchen, but I truly, truly believe that it was. That's, again, just my opinion. Again, if anybody wants to click the link and join us, you're more than welcome to while we're still here. Plenty of room up here, guys. Miss Diane had to go, so it's just me and Mr. Hemisphere today. I'm trying to go slow in case anybody sees anything. See, this area here, I believe, was there was some action that went on in this area over here by the slider. And I also feel like there's a possibility that Xana was in the kitchen doing something with her food and got attacked at that point there, possibly. These are just my theories and my feelings, you guys. And again, I can be absolutely off and wrong, but that's just me. I've thought from the beginning, truly, when I started looking more into Xana and Ethan's situation, I started really thinking that something went on in this kitchen. And then, of course, you hear in Bethany's interview, she talks about hearing something within the kitchen. hearing things moving around, somebody hitting the ground. It sounds like things like that. I'm telling you that I feel like something happened in this kitchen. I'm very, very convinced of it.
Yeah, it looks like a bloodbath happened in it.
It could have. It truly could have. If you look at all the Amito Black and all that stuff, I feel like, and this is just, I hate being a conspiracy theorist, guys, but when you look at all the Amito Black that they have on that countertop, it looks like that was done on purpose to me. And by saying on purpose, that would ruin any evidence there, in my opinion. My wife was handling that, Carrie. It's about a little above, almost up to the back of my calf. Thank you for your apologies. I appreciate it very much. We've lost quite a few things of importance down there with that. So, right, SRB, 100%. To destroy evidence is what my opinion. After seeing the amount of it and how much was there, it literally looks like they threw it. Now, then they claim that this is the only area that they find. Let me make sure. Let me see if I can get a better shot of it here for you guys in the photograph. In the documents, come on here. Are you going to give me a picture of the damn sink or not? I guess we'll have to go with this. But in the documents, they show, or they state, that the only place that they found blood in this kitchen is back here, behind the sink on the backsplash. And I'm like, are you serious? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I'm sorry. And like I said, when you see all that Amito Black on the countertops and all over the place, it looks like it was done on purpose to ruin that specific area, like SRB said there, to destroy evidence. And it will do it. It will do it. And we've seen, how many times have we seen the kitchen look like in different settings, like it was staged? You know what I mean? I don't know, you guys. I have issues like over here. I feel like there was something over in this realm here with somebody. Very, 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 very possibly. Sorry, you guys can't speak tonight.
Now, there's enough reasonable doubt all over this case, really. A lot of it.
Good point, Abby.
I mean, it's kind of like if somebody was to say a theory, and we've been lied to so many times over this case, and we don't really know exactly what exactly happened and how it all happened. But it's just every time you hear something fresh and new, it's like, well, that's possible. Yeah, that's possible. Good. Yeah. It kind of makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and here's the other point, guys, is we watched the Corbin Smith body cam. Now I'm starting to wonder if he was dancing all over this area on purpose. He was all over this kitchen and then out of it and back in. He'd go outside, come back in. Then he'd walk down the hallway. Then he runs upstairs. He goes back to the living room, comes back in the kitchen, walks in circles. He was all over this kitchen floor. I know that sounds ridiculous that I'm saying that, but think about it now. He was all over. And I even made notice of the fact that he wouldn't stand still. He was all over it.
I can only imagine what it'd be like to have so much power that you have total control over this whole town, even the law enforcement, to the point where you can call them up individually and have them respond to your command.
Sure. Yeah.
That's
wow. I can agree. See, I don't know that they found any kind of blood or anything on this table here. I've never seen anything or heard anything about it, but I don't see anything either. But yeah, as I was sitting here looking at this kitchen and thinking about what I was thinking about, then I just sat here. I'm like, damn it. Now that I remember him watching his body cam, he didn't stand still once. The only time he stood still was when Lanier came in there and he spoke to him. Besides that, he was all over the damn kitchen, all over the area there, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And Smith no longer works for MPD, left for private sector. See? How many of these people have left, Kathy? Think about that. How many have left? How many of them were involved in this case in the investigation part of it? That's the interesting part right there. Think about how many have left, how many have retired, moved on to other prospects. It's crazy. And I think they all did it on purpose to get the hell away from here. Same with Fry. Chief Fry left, said he was retiring, ran for sheriff and lost, thank God. And then he's working as a police chief in Washington. So you didn't retire, you just got away. You know, Roger Lanier, he retired, got away. Smith, he left. And there's multiple other officers that have left since then. And you got to ask yourself, why did you leave this area? Why did you leave this part of your career? For what reason? You got to wonder. And I'm just telling you, it can't be a coincidence in that aspect. I just don't think it is.
When your police chief goes across the border and works for Washington, your judge that was there presiding over the case just saw happening, just up and retires out of nowhere.
2 of them. Rosie left too. Good point. He left the day after or something, a couple days after, didn't he? Something's not right with this. These people ran for the hills.
Kind of makes me think. I mean, I'm speculating, of course, but I don't know. But could it be that the president came through there and made a story about how he wants all this covered up, and they was dead against it? And so, well, if you want to do that, then I don't want to have nothing to do with that. And that's the reason why a lot of people left.
Yeah, well, maybe. Steve himself said that the FBI turned Tellen booked ass out of there too. If that's true, you got to wonder why. That's all I'm saying. Hell, even Jenke, the Washington, the WSU chief, he retired and went somewhere else. Wait, what is going on? Okay, most of the police officers, like in my area, they don't just work for a year or 2 or 5 and leave. This is a career. They retire from here, most of them. You know what I mean? So, just saying. There she
I
is.
mean, that's maybe, I don't know, but just, about the FBI, we seen U.S. Marshals there, at the house.
Yes, there were so many agencies. How many? That's a good point. We had U.S. Marshal. We had the ATF, or not the ATF. I'm sorry, the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, Latah County Sheriff, Idaho State Police, Moscow PD, Secret Service, Homeland Security. Why do you need all of these agencies involved in something like this? It's kind of crazy to me, especially the higher up ABC agencies. You know what I mean?
I've never seen a situation where the FBI rolls into town and then decides to say, you know what, we'll just monitor things and let you run your show. And then when it gets to that scenario, if that was the case, where they just shut you down and they take over the case.
Right.
Nothing into that.
Yeah, good point.
With
somebody else said
the thought that, I'm sorry, but the thought that FBI just rolled out of town, like that, it's kind of hard to believe.
And before that, as the murders happened, excuse me, the FBI and the DEA were in town already. So we got a lot of 3-letter agencies involved in this. I'm not 100% sure that the marshals were there. I was told they were. I'm just adding 2 + 2 to see if it equals 4 or 5. That's all.
I know where that came from. That came from there was news footage of this guy that was wearing cowboy hats walking out of the residence. That's where that came from.
I think. Okay, I remember that now. I think the print was closer to her door, Kathy. From my understanding, what I read, it was further over by her, like right by her, the front of her door. Welcome, Kim. Thanks for joining us tonight, dear.
Hello.
Appreciate you.
I've been listening all day, but I've been running around like crazy.
No, I got you. Absolutely, I get it.
Company coming tomorrow. I got to get ready.
And that's fine, SRB, 100%. It's probably true. Like I said, I just remember throwing these out there because it was all stated, it's still, even if it's ISP, Latah County Sheriff, Moscow PD, FBI, the Secret Service. I mean, all of these agencies. Still, that's a lot. Here, when we have somebody murdered, we have our local PD gets it, or the sheriff's department. That's it. They don't bring everybody in on that. But bless you, it was a lot. I think you sneezed. You did. Bless you.
Thanks.
Uh-huh.
When you were talking about Xana possibly being in the kitchen,
Yes.
I keep trying to imagine that whole little time period.
Sure.
Because if Dylan's saying, I heard Kaylee in the living room with the dog, right?
Yes.
And if Xana's in the kitchen at the same time, you would think she would be aware of that also.
Agreed.
So either they're purposefully leaving Xana and Ethan out of being seen, because the only people that can testify to that or speak of it is Dylan and Bethany.
That's it. And we've never gotten, thank you, Kim, we've never gotten an actual time where anybody knows when they got home or anybody visually saw them. There's no proof of life for them at any period of time. That's it. Other than it, what did she say? 1:30. Emily said she saw a video of Xana at the lodge. After that, and she assumed that Ethan was with her, but from that point forward, we have no idea. That's it, which is wild to me.
Yeah. And I think I saw a conflicting document about who all was up in the bedroom when Maddie and Kaylee first got home. Like, I think a couple different people said, like, someone said 3 of them, someone said 4 of them. I don't know. It's just hard to envision that scenario. I just think Dylan would know if Xana was up. Like, she would hear, you'd think. Or Bethany would see that there was a DoorDash delivery.
Exactly. Or hear it at the very least. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
That's a huge point. These are important points to remember, you guys, at this point in this case, because what they've told us and what we know is it doesn't fit and it doesn't make any sense. Good point there. Jen just said this video of Xana, I question, was it uploaded at 1:30 and shot earlier of it? Was a live video? That's a good point too, Kim. You got to keep that in perspective. Or I'm Jen, not Kim, sorry.
Yeah. I know I said it before on your show too. They should have just drilled Sigma Chi, every single person in there, to get a concrete answer of when they left. I mean, I think they come up with isn't the narrative that Xana and Ethan left at 1:45?
No, the narrative initially in the press conference we watched the other day is that Xana and Ethan got home at 1:45.
Got home, okay.
And but then we were told via the affidavit that Hitler put out that they were home. They weren't there when the whole powwow happened in Kaylee's room at 2 a.m. So if they got home at 1:45, why weren't they in that powwow? It was
or seen.
Or seen. Or
seen or heard.
Yeah, any of that. None of that came about. So I don't know.
And then the recent timeline we saw was with Hunter Chapin's interview. He said Xana and Ethan were in his room. He left the room for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And in that time they left and they were gone and he didn't see them again.
There you go.
So he didn't see them at the lodge party.
Exactly.
And they weren't in his room. But I forget what time that was.
That's what we're fighting with the most, is just the timeline. I think if we could get a real true to life timeline down, maybe we could back down a little. But that's the first thing that's always been wrong is the timeline. Okay. And without a true timeline, you really can't put any other pieces together. And I think that's being done on purpose.
And you
Honest,
don't think there's any other cameras over, like past the Whites facing Banfield, like over in that direction, like where
I
the
know there is.
runners were, like something that could have captured
I
Ethan or
promise
Xana
you.
if they were walking.
Yeah, of course. I promise you there are, Kim. There's more cameras. The Whites have cameras all over the front of them. I know that for a fact because Rory saw those as well. And others have gone driven by through there. Lana did. Everybody, there's cameras all around that area because of the area that it is. It's been talked about. Hell, Eric Gower brought it up more than once. Other people have said, it's like the White Harlem over there, things like that. And it's like, okay, people don't trust this area because there's crime that goes on in this area. There's people sneaking around. So people have cameras. There's cameras everywhere. Where is all this camera footage? Truly.
Yeah,
You're not going to tell me
especially.
that they didn't go look for it because I know they did,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that's it right there. Absolute. So no, and there's the popcorn bag. Yeah, I absolutely think something happened in this kitchen that night. That's I can't let that go. I'm being wholly honest that I just think something happened here that night.
And
And
Dylan
again,
said she made the popcorn to eat with Lakeland, whatever her name is.
McCoskey or Costco, or however you say it. Yeah, that's another question. I want to know exactly what time that girl went home and why.
Yeah.
Because if I'm correct, she was offered to stay there. We have multiple people that should have or could have been at that house that night that just chose not to be. That's another big issue I have with this too.
Yeah.
Hunter and Emily weren't there conveniently that night. They just decided to stay home. We know that Maisie decided she wasn't going to go do anything with Hunter or sorry, Ethan. And there's other people that would have probably been there that weren't there.
And they avoided Sigma Chi.
Yes.
They avoided the Sigma Chi party.
Yep. Very good point. Very good point. I'm listening. I can hear. I'm grabbing my coffee real quick. So keep on going.
You're okay. I don't know. He tells me to keep going, and then I run out of things to say. Are you there, Hemisphere? Hello.
Well, hello. How you doing? I was just letting y'all talk. Y'all had a good group going. I was just trying to dig and see about the Josh Hewitt investigation in Idaho, that big drug bust. See if that may have anything to do with interfering with this case, as far as investigative wise.
Oh yeah.
I don't really see
if some of those names pop up.
All that happened in 2023 when all that came down. So,
well, they probably were working on it for years before that, though, to get a major drug bust like that, right?
what aspect does that mean for them to come over there to the prosecutor side? That's the thing.
I know.
What are we talking about?
I don't get it.
That's one of the big questions I have, because that's a big investigation that Josh Hewitt had. I mean, I could tell you the specifics.
You talking about Josh Hewitt?
Yeah, that big old drug bust he had in Idaho. But he had a lot of the federal side of it occupied during that case, though. And to your point about the feds leaving, could that be the reason why they left this case? To go investigate that one? Because they're tied up in that, too.
I don't know. I mean, the way Steve made
it. Did Josh Hewitt ever speak? Like, did he ever take on part of the court process? Did he get up and talk?
I think he did at some point. And we're gonna get back to the hearings, guys. Like I said, that's a lot to take in at once, and there's all this other stuff that's popped up. But yeah, at one of the hearings, I do believe he did. I believe there was at least one that he spoke in during. And they brought him on board, and then they claimed that he's there to back up the psychological, Jesus
The
God.
mitigating stuff.
Yeah, with the psychological aspect for
Yeah.
Brian and so on and so forth. But I don't believe that. That's not his forte. That's not what he does. So what is he? I mean, maybe it's true, but I don't agree that that's why he was there.
I have the
That's
biggest conspiracy thought about him, and no one agrees with me, and that's okay. But I always thought, knowing his past, I just
Yep.
I think he would be there to watch what the prosecution was doing. Like I feel like he was planted in there to like see all the
Sure.
crap that they were doing. I don't know.
I mean, it's either one of two things, Kim, and you're on point with that. Really, really, you are. Yeah, I thought he did. Lucy said he argued the continuance in June of 25.
Okay.
He did. He gave the verbal argument. I knew he talked in one of them. So thank you, Lucy. But yeah, it's either that, Kim, or he got brought in for some possible drug aspect that may be brought into this from the defense, maybe. Okay.
Yeah.
Because of what his forte was with what he did. But I'm not saying that, like, don't run with that, you guys, because I don't know. I'm just taking what I have and what I've looked at and breaking that down and thinking maybe, just maybe, that's all. But what you said makes a lot of sense, you know. And yes, he does look like a Muppet. I agree with that, Jen.
And it was just because he was kind of brought back in. Like he was done with that position. He didn't have that position anymore.
He was terminated.
So, like, why are they all of it? Like they couldn't find someone else to do that mitigating part. There's a reason why he was the one brought in. And didn't he used to be the attorney general, or he had some like.
He worked for the attorney general's office. Yeah. And like Lucy said, he was told to resign or they were going to fire him. Okay, hold on one second.
Right. But that makes you think, why was he like that Bojack guy that I was talking about earlier? Like someone who's in there, like maybe trying to find stuff out, I'm just thinking out loud. None of this is true. Just my thoughts. Like Miss Pot says, I don't know anything. But yeah, it just looked weird to me that they would bring someone in like that. That's what I mean, like, Lucy. I'm sorry, Hemisphere. One more thing, because Lucy said blue, and that's what I mean. Like, I didn't want to bring politics into it, but I really think he was like on the outside of that conservative nature of most of the players that we're talking about. Like, so that's what makes me. I think that's what you mean, right? Is that what you mean? I'm not sure. Bill is blue? I didn't know that.
Yeah. And so is Josh. So imagine that. I'm not saying it's a bad thing that blue's bad. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? He was the Idaho state attorney. That's what Susan said. I thought it was in that realm, but yeah. But the reason why they said they brought him in is what I've always struggled with, because that was never like his forte, and I didn't understand that, you know? So I don't know. I struggled with that for a while. Okay, let me shrink that down just a bit. That just shows the handprints and the whatever on the outside window. And those belong to a female, in my opinion. Somebody said they were kids' handprints, and there's no kids around here. I think they just belong to one of the women are smaller, have smaller hands. That's what I think it was.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't think that had anything to do with that night. I think it was just somebody playing around and did this. How could he be investigating the leak in April of 25 when Hitler never knew about a leak until May? Right. Yeah, and here's the other part. I'm glad you said something about that leak. Here's my problem with this, okay? If you remember that hearing when Hitler was talking about the leak, and he looked at Thompson and said, well, it's up to you to find and appoint the special investigator or special prosecutor to investigate this. Why in the hell would you appoint the person that should be being investigated to find the special investigator? Well, what are you doing? You don't think that's conflict of interest? Anybody else? Like, when that hearing happened, I went, what did you just do?
Wait, say that again.
He told Thompson, it's your job, different words, but basically, in layman's terms, It's your job to appoint the special prosecutor to investigate the leaks, Mr. Thompson. And I'm
Oh,
thinking to
right.
myself,
Yeah. Police yourself.
what the hell did
Police
you just
yourself.
do? Right. How do
Well,
you do
because
something?
they think the prosecution didn't do it. It's the defense.
But if you read the documents that Hitler handed out to both defense and the prosecution, it points to the prosecution for being the culprit in this aspect, and basically told the defense to make sure your ducks are in a row and that your stuff is being protected. Is basically what those documents said. And I went, okay, but you just gave the job to the leader of the pack of who probably leaked this in the first place, or his little crony with her irritating ass voice, the one that did this, okay, to figure out how to investigate themselves. You're policing yourself, like you just said. And I'm like, what? No. No. And that's the only thing that Hitler did that was good, in my opinion, is he actually pointed the finger at the right side, knowing who did this. But that's all he did. That's all he did. And I truly, guys, I've argued this in the past. I've told you this 1,000 times. Do I believe that there's really an investigation going on? No, I don't. There's no end result to it. And I'm sure there would have been at this point. I don't believe there ever was truly a real investigation looking into the leaks. You got to make it look good, though, you know?
Well, guess what? I just pulled it up. You want me to read it to you?
Sure, go for it.
Is there any investigation leaks around the Idaho 4 case? Yes. Multiple investigations have been launched into suspected leaks in the Idaho 4 case, particularly around the media coverage and possible violations of the court's gag order. So what happened? Judge Steve Hitler, who presided over the case, ordered a special investigation into whether information was improperly leaked to the press. The trigger was a Dateline NBC episode that aired before Koberger's trial, which contained details about the murders and alleged evidence. Defense attorneys argued that some of those details could only have come from inside the investigation. Idaho State Police prosecutor disputed the accuracy of the Dateline special, calling some claims gross inaccuracies and falsehoods. Despite Koberger's later guilty plea and life sentence, the court ordered probe into leaks continues because the judge wants accountability for any breach of confidentiality. So why it matters. Gag order. Early in the case, the court imposed a strict gag order to prevent presidential leaks or violation undermines due process. Defense strategy. Koberger's strict defense team used alleged leaks to argue for a special prosecutor and to challenge the integrity of the investigation. Judicial oversight. The judge demanded lists of everyone with access sensitive information, including law enforcement staff and defense consultant, to trace the source leaks.
Hold on one second. Hold that thought real quick, Hemi. I just want to get this out real fast. This is an interesting point. Lucy just said you guys realize the day that Hitler gave the preservation order was May 15th to 25, and hours later is when Translucent released that video about Molly. That's kind of interesting. Thank you, Lucy. The second time Translucent uploaded her name was the 13th of June of 25. Media picked it up around the time of the continuation hearing, and that's the one that Josh argued at, and that would be the 18th. Thank you. Interesting points. Go ahead, Henny. I'm sorry to interrupt, bro.
It's like this. Now the current status is the special investigation is ongoing as of mid 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Hundreds of investigative documents were later unsealed after Koberger's sentencing, and but those official releases separate from the suspected leaks. The controversy highlights the tension between the media coverage and public interest and fair trial rights, high profile cases.
Interesting.
In short, yes, there are active investigations into the leaks in the Idaho 4 case, focusing whether law enforcement or legal insiders violated the gag order
Hmm.
by by sharing information with the media.
Interesting. Very interesting. And yes, Rach, that's kind of where I was heading when I brought what I brought up. If he was doing a poor investigation on the drugs before he was fired, if that's involved in this crime, then he could be there to help cover it up, in your opinion. That's a good point. And thank you for reading that, Hemisphere. I appreciate that very much. Very interesting. Thank you, Rach. Kathy said that plea deal at that time, Lucy, makes no sense as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't at all, Kathy. Not even close. Interesting. 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 All right, guys.
Well,
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, could be talking about tainting the jury pool behind it.
Well, that was done in more ways than one. Dateline, that was to taint the jury. Nightline, to taint the jury. Any of those shows that came out beforehand was tainting the jury and the story. In my opinion, of course. Kathy said her theory is that the rugs involved, which is why K9 Ragnar, who works when Snyder works, was kept away. He would have gone off in a million. That's interesting, Kathy. Good point. Very good point. They didn't bring him into that. That's good point.
It's
Ann
like
was not aware that Molly's story changed, as seen in the Pullman DUI arrest from the 4th of September. Until Molly hit the MSM, she thought that it would be testimony, same as the report. Good point, ladies. See, this is why we do this, you guys. You guys are so smart,
like,
and I really appreciate the input from everybody. What's up?
so after I read all that, Don was asking me and said, "Would you like me to summarize what specific details was alleged leaked?"
Go for it.
You want to know what that is?
Sure. Yeah, I think it's important to
All right.
know.
Yeah, let's see what this thing says. This is my co-pilot, y'all. This is where I'm getting it from.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting tool. I have one too.
It's pulling information off the web, so it just matters how you word frame it or whatever. It's kind of like an AI assistant, shall I
Yeah,
say?
and it summarizes different things and puts pieces together, and it's kind of an interesting tool. It helps.
Yeah, it's a nice little tool to have, actually, when you're trying to discuss stuff like this. Anyway, what's allegedly crime scene descriptions? It's one of them. Investigative notes, okay. Witness accounts. So let's go with crime scene descriptions. A Dateline NBC special aired before the trial claimed that victims had carved wounds and that certain bedrooms contained distinctive evidence. Law enforcement later called those claims gross, inaccurate, and falsehoods. Now, why would they leak something like that? And they blurred that out for everybody else. That's okay. Investigative notes. Some of the details in the Dateline episode appeared mirror information that only investigators or insiders would have known, prompting suspicion that someone leaked confidential material. Witness accounts. The special referenced interviews and witness statements that had not yet been made public, raising questions about whether defense or prosecution source violated the gag order.
Can I interrupt you for a minute?
Mhm.
When you were reading about the wounds, like the carved legs and stuff, what were you reading from? Where is that from?
It's from my co-pilot.
But like, who were they saying said that?
It didn't say anything. Some of the details, Dateline episode, that came from the episode on Dateline.
Oh, on Dateline. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
co-pilot.
Yeah, that
Right.
was put out there, and that's not in any other reports, right?
No, and the co-pilot is like a YouTube tool. It's kind of like an assistant that'll take something that you're going through and it'll like condense it and summarize it and give you different pieces and parts of it to understand how to read things. That's all.
I just to go along with that, I always thought it was suspicious when at one of those earlier press conferences, remember, I think it was Fry or Thompson, one of them was like, they were not bound and gagged, like very adamant about that. And I just, at the time, took it for what it was, but more and more and more, it's like,
Well, then Steve comes out
they
and talks
with
about how they had marks on their mouths right here.
yeah, and they say, you know, when someone protests too much, you know,
They're
like
covering it up. Yeah.
probably was true. They don't
Yes,
want
it
us to
was.
think it's true.
Yep, that's a fact. Well, if you watch the press conferences, that's why we did. Chief Fry is a mood ring. You can watch, and when certain questions were asked, he would change all different colors. You could tell he was irritated. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. And then going back when you guys were talking about Molly's name coming out and then the plea deal happening, were her pullovers the first videos we saw of her, like the videos we saw of her where she was saying, I'm the DoorDash driver and I saw Brian, were those after her police investigation that we saw her interview? Those probably had to be after, right? So
Yeah.
she
Oh, yeah.
initially told the truth and then they got her to change her story and she was going to say, I saw Brian.
That's what it seems like to me. I think I have a whole theory about that. I'm not going to go into it tonight because it takes forever to explain, in my opinion. But I think Lucy's been putting different facts about that out every other show or so, talking about it because it really plays into this. And I believe there it is right there, somewhere between the 23rd of November. Where's always gonna be on my birthday of 22 and September 4th of 24. Molly changed her story. The question is why? Over a 2-year period of time, what happened in that 2 years that made you want to change your story? Who?
Oh yeah, I think there's threats all over this case.
Of course, but we
I mean,
also
I think the roommates were threatened. I think she was threatened, or
Yeah.
you can call it threatened, but manipulated.
Manipulated, intimidated. Now, remember one more thing.
Intimidated. That's it. Yeah.
One more thing I'm going to throw into that. When we were told that Stephen Gonsalves was threatened by the FBI, when he mentioned that he was going to go meet up with an informant at that hotel, I came to my own conclusion that at some point that's Molly, okay? Because we saw in the reports where they stated about the reports of the information that was back and forth between those two, the conversations. So why? Okay. Is that who made her change her story?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that they've done other things in the past they've admitted to. I'm just saying.
And
I don't know. It's just it's not a fact, guys. It's just a thought. That's all. Aggie says no. Now, Aggie knows who Molly is. Aggie knows Molly. That's why she makes statements like that. So.
If you believe the research or whatever about the prosecution always wanting plea deals, and they do it because their case is weak, their case would have been trashed if they knew Molly's information was coming out and they would get caught lying. If she would have ever gone on the stand and said, I saw Brian, and then we got a hold of her interview.
Right. They knew.
So I think they were like, oh my God, we can't go forward with this.
And see, here's the thing. If Anne would have known that she changed her story, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. I don't think this would be a whole different situation. And
You think she
if
would have
Anne
fought
would
to
have,
go to court? She would have fought to
yeah,
go to trial. Yeah.
yes, if Anne would have known,
Yeah.
it, oh my God, and it makes me so mad. It truly makes me so mad because that's the thing, in my opinion, based on the things we've learned, and Lucy, has taught me a lot with this. That would have changed this whole thing right there, but she didn't know.
Yeah.
It's insane, you guys. It's
But
truly
that's
insane.
withholding evidence. And that's
Right.
I think, a definite reason that the higher courts would listen to that, I think.
Sure.
And that's not the only withheld evidence. There's other stuff too.
Oh my God, there's so much of it. Yeah, actually, the
Yeah.
state made the allegation, but nothing ever made public of Vargas actually changing her statement. See, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
Vargas.
Knowing how much Hitler has really
Detective Vargas,
just challenged her every chance he gets. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't, in my humble opinion, I think it just got to a point where, from Ann Taylor's perspective, she was done arguing. She was done arguing because she wasn't getting nowhere.
Well,
her age in the homicide rate, and we keep talking about that. So that was, after that, that was pretty much a wrap on that.
Yeah, but I think, like I said, if it would have came out, if Anne would have had caught wind of the fact that Molly had changed her story, I think that would have changed this whole thing. I truly do. Aggie says that Molly originally went to talk to Bill Thompson. And I could see that because you remember at some point she said, my friend Bill Thompson. So she must have thought they had a good relationship or something. Right, Lucy. My friend Bill. It is what it is, but I don't know, you guys.
That's funny.
1-800 my friend Bill. Wonder how many friends he has. Jesus.
But to know that this Dateline has leaked out the wounds of the victims, that's very concerning. Very.
The whole Dateline itself, it should have been illegal. They should have been charged. Okay, they put things out about Brian that they shouldn't have had access to. They were handed his phone, basically. It's bad. The whole thing.
I wonder if we'll ever learn the end results of that investigation, or it'll just go away like they tried to make this go away.
What right do we
the
have?
leak, you mean?
Yeah, the leaks. Will we ever find the end
No,
results
I
to
don't
the
think
leaks?
so.
You're gonna make me go all the way back to the beginning, Miss Busy. Good Lord, hold on.
I don't think so, because I think it'll come down to whoever on that show had the source, and can't they legally say, I'm not releasing who my source is?
Depending on the situation, they can be forced into it if it has something to do with there's a criminal aspect to it, or it's life and death or something. They can force them to do that. I don't know how that would play out, but my understanding is they can force it. Yeah. Will they? I doubt it. Will we get any? I don't think we'll get any answers. I think we'll be told it's not our business. That's what I think will happen. It doesn't pertain to us. It doesn't pertain to the case, but it does. You know what I mean? They've withheld all of this stuff because it relates to the investigation. So at some point, I think it should. I think we should get the answers to that. Hey, Cass.
I wonder how strong violating a gag order would also be. Like if the prosecution, because that's what it is. They want to see who violated the gag order, right? Because they put out information to the public that wasn't supposed to be put out.
Here's my question, you guys. If they do find that there was the violation of that, will that throw the case? And if it does that take this back from the plea? I mean, does it violate the plea? Does any of that, when it comes out, is it going to change this? That's what my question is. You know what I mean? Could this overturn?
That would have been a big, huge argument just right here alone.
Agreed. That's my point. I think there's the there's the straw.
I understand that Hunter went in there with the good intentions of, whatever. But the point of it is you got 4 people there that stabbed, and he's walking around with a knife in his hand. Let me ask you this.
Let me ask you this. if there is somehow, some way that the information from this so-called investigation comes to the table, and it points to the prosecution, it points to let's try this again, prosecutorial misconduct. That was hard to say today, and it affected the effective counsel for Brian. Couldn't that overturn the entire thing and make them take this back to the beginning and have to look at this? In my opinion, I think that's what I'm asking.
There you go. This right here is good enough to throw the case out.
What is?
What we're seeing right here.
What we're
with
seeing?
Hunter and all that. Because it was already told. They have knowledge of that.
Of course.
I mean, this is not a big secret. Law enforcement did not test it, put a tag on it, or anything else. It was just, oh, there's a knife on the table. Oh, okay, so let's just ignore that and let's go on with it.
And that's what makes me not think, or that's what makes me think that Ann Taylor may not have seen all this. Okay, it's hard to believe she didn't, but we also know how much shit, 61 terabytes of video and photography and all that kind of shit. Like, it makes me wonder if she didn't see this situation. Because I would, if I was her, knowing that this happened right here, I'd have blew up at this.
I just believe that Hipper got the case for damage control, and that was his ultimate goal, is to keep the narrative where it needs to be and make sure he is done.
To keep the good old boy policies going, like Kim said earlier today about the right. There you go.
Yeah.
Protect the interest of the good old boy policies, 100%.
Yep, they probably found. I mean, look how nasty he spoke to the defense. You know, that's probably his demeanor all the time. They were probably like, let's find the person that would do it. Yeah. Be the hardest, and not feel bad about it. Like, that's just probably the way he is.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Someone said there's a phone on the floor. Every time you show this picture, someone says there's a phone on the floor.
It does look like a phone, but it's a straw, you guys.
I'm sorry, but
it looks like
I
a phone.
I get it. He went in there with those good intentions, but dude, 4 people's laying dead with knife wounds, and you're walking around with a knife.
Right.
I'm sorry. It's just, it don't matter if what drawer he pulled it out of. The whole point is he had a knife in his hand.
Right. Wait a minute. Stop. Freeze, everybody. Fizzy, why did you have me bring this up? And if I go into my Discord and I find my crew in here playing a game, I swear to God, you guys, I will fly to your houses. I guarantee you I'm about to walk into that, because Mama Bear does sneaky things like
Wait,
this.
she's saying the pics look different. I did notice there's some pictures where they're not all lined up like that, and then other pictures where they are. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So it looks like, obviously, because there's no way you could have different pictures unless the police moved them.
Right. Well, hey guys, where's the mirror at, or the knife at in this one? Looks like somebody already took the knife. They moved the table way over here. Here's my question.
Move the whole table.
Yeah, they moved that. They did, and we remember seeing the photographs of the what do you call them? The forensics in here through the window.
But that's another reason, Dago. So if we could prove what time, like, I don't know if these are time stamped, but they should not have touched or moved anything before ISP, the forensics team, went in there.
They should not have.
And if they did, that's like crime scene contamination.
Oh, well, here's another one, Kim. They shouldn't have touched anything until Kathy Mabbitt went in there, took custody of the bodies, and then forensics gets to go in. That's the case. That's Idaho law.
Right.
So, in effect, I got to question this. Is that in itself, is that enough to throw the case in itself? Because the way they did this, because the coroner hadn't even been there yet. If that report is correct, she didn't walk into that house till at the earliest 7 p.m. that night. You're going to tell me that they waited all day long and then they came in and did this? I don't know, you guys, but
That's maddening because the
it's
coroner is
crazy.
supposed to be there.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was alarming to me from the word go, Dago, because you telling me, okay, from 12 till what, 9 o'clock? So in the time frame, they want us to believe that these people laid there since what, 4 o'clock in the morning or whatever.
No. Well,
From
okay,
4 o'clock that morning till 9 o'clock that night.
Well,
I think they transported them at like 8 something at night.
Yeah, but then you got Stacy Chapin making a statement saying that she got up the next morning at the hotel and walked down to the house that her son was still laying in the next morning. So what's the truth?
Yeah, I saw 2 documents. There's 2 different documents I have seen that said that there was an officer that actually escorted, like followed the bodies to, if they're, testifying that that's true. Yeah, I had another thought, but I lost
and
it.
these photographs, Senior's right. There's no, even the one that I just showed, I was reading my Discord too. They're talking about it in there, some of them. That are too chicken butt to come in here with us. But there's no evidence markers anywhere. Nothing. But they're moving shit all over the place, and there's no evidence markers.
Oh, yeah, in this photo. Yeah, you're right. And my question to you was, how long do you think it would have taken the ISP forensics team to go slowly and methodically through all those rooms in that house?
Guys,
and I don't think there was enough time for that.
I don't know if you were here then, Kim, but way back at the beginning when I was first covering this case, I made a statement in here in a report that I read. I just did, Cassie. Poof. Anyway, that they took them 9 days, 9 full days to process this crime scene, folks. 9 days.
Oh, right.
That's understand. You remember that? I'm pretty sure you were here. I did. And I read that out of an article that it said it took them 9 full days, guys.
Yeah, they were there for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, they worked through holidays, weekends, whatever to process everything, but 9 days. How are you going to fire me, Cassie, you butthead? Anyway, and so it's crazy to me. So, yeah, you're right. It took forever to process every bit of this. 4 victims, 2 crime scenes, I guess you'd call it, but the entire house. I've always argued that. They tried to claim there was only 2 crime scenes. But the whole house is a crime scene, in my opinion. It always was. You know what I mean? That's why I argued them tearing it down.
So someone said in the chat that 5:30, where was it at?
Okay, so
that ISP would have had from 5:30, and I would think the bodies would need to be in there for them to do their work, right? So the bodies left at 8:30, so they had 3 hours. 3 hours.
Okay, so Kathy just said that all the evidence was turned over by ISP to Moscow PD at 12:10 a.m. I remember that, Kathy. Good point. On Monday morning, November 14th.
That's the evidence they collected, right?
What they had collected at that point. Yeah, I guess at that point. So
I'm just trying to put the timeline to that's when that stuff should not have been touched. It probably should have never been touched at all. Like you shouldn't be moving stuff around at all.
Agreed. Yes.
Wow.
Yep, and that's specifically to Detective Payne, including the sheath. Thank you, Kathy. And where'd it go? I just read another one. 9 days and 113 pieces of evidence. So I was right. See? This is a joke, you guys. This is a joke. This entire thing is a mess. Like, we could have gone and done this better ourselves. And I guess that's it for me, you guys. The mods took over. They fired me. So have a good day, everybody. Love you.
You guys made him rage quit? What happened? What happened?
They thought so.
I'm a steer. I've never been here for a rage quit.
They do it to me all the time. They think they run things. I mean, they do, but you know, it is what it is. I like to believe what I believe. Um,
That's funny.
she said that's literally such an obvious lie. I mean, it's insane. It doesn't make sense. Exactly, Lucy. Um, like I said, guys, the deeper we go, look, Kat said bye. Like she don't even care. Like bye, see ya. You guys are mean people. Jeez. Um, but yeah, no, it's a joke. Everybody, calm down. It's just a joke. They do this to me all the time. We have a great relationship. We truly do. We joke around a lot. It's all in love, though. Except Lucy. Lucy screams at me all the time with her pink heads. But no, it doesn't make any sense based on what we've been told and what we've seen. I think we could have gone into this situation ourselves and probably had this solved and done it the right way. And we don't have any background in this except for Wazowski, obviously. I'm just saying, you know what I mean? It's insane. I hate to do this because it's been a really good conversation, but I'm going to have to shut her down. We've been here 5 hours and I'm too much.
I'm sorry to hear about your flooding. That remember we were just talking about that the other day. What a pain. It's such a pain. Oh, I feel so bad for you.
I feel so bad. My wife is so upset right now. And we were talking about getting like renter's insurance because we don't own this yet. We were looking at buying it like a land contract situation the landlord wanted.
Yeah.
We love the property. It's a 110-year-old farmhouse on a bunch of land. We have our own barn, all this other stuff. But anyway, and we've had so many problems with this house, and we have so much bad luck with everything. Truly, there's so much stuff that the basement wasn't finished. That was what we were gonna do at some point.
Will your landlord get a company to go in there and like dry it out and all that stuff?
We had our septic back up in here about three years ago one time, and we had to go down and bleach the basement, clean the basement after it was fixed. He doesn't do much of anything, guys. It's sad, but he doesn't.
Oh my God.
We do a lot. We do all the work ourselves, and we painted the house ourselves, and we pay for the paint and all that stuff. We have a sub pump. It's just not working. We're gonna have to get a dehumidifier at some point. I can't afford all this stuff.
And those industrial fans, and I think you can rent them like at like Lowe's or Home Depot or something.
Yeah.
You know those big fans I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know what you mean, but it's just the point. And I can't. There's certain like things I can't breathe in because of my lung issues and stuff like that. So certain chemicals I can't deal. You know what I mean? It's just more bullshit and my life is full of day after day after day. So it is what it is. But anyway, thank you for I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But we're
not fun, you guys.
Yeah, well,
big headache.
It truly is. It truly is. All right, guys. So we're on. Well, we were further ahead than this. Fizzy wanted me to go back, so hold on. I seen because they were pointing out that the pictures were different. Hold on a minute. We left off at. I went a little too far ahead there. Sorry about that. Wait a minute. Okay, so 296. We'll pick up there.
Nice,
right.
Jen.
Hold on 1 minute. Let me drop this. And this. And that. And Jen, thank you so much, dear. That is so generous. God bless. You're an angel. I appreciate that. And thank you to anybody that made any donations towards Venmo or Cash App or PayPal or tips, whatever you guys call it. None of this is ever expected, you guys, and I very much appreciate it. It will definitely help to keep this going because these bills come due every month, and there's many of them now, and it's gone up. It's not cheap anymore. It truly is not. So, because that stuff and those apps, when you donate to those apps, it goes directly to me right away, and they don't take a percentage out. This stuff, they will take a percentage, but it is all very much appreciated. Truly, very much appreciated. Jen, thank you so much. God bless. And of course, here comes Meg because she's a sweetheart. Thank you, Meg, as well. Thank you. And yes, my house is haunted. It is. I have proof of that, guys. Have you ever seen that video typically?
No.
Molly, do you have the video? I'll prove you guys that my house is haunted. And it's scary haunted to some aspect too.
Oh boy.
Meg, thank you so much. It happened on a live stream, Kim.
Are you serious?
Molly caught it live in front of the whole world. It was crazy.
Oh my goodness.
Meg and Jen, God bless. You guys are so sweet. I appreciate you both very much. And it's very helpful. It really, truly is. Tamara, hello.
I have.
I love a good haunted house.
Molly, do you have the video? Oh, and Miss Cassie's dropping.
Not Mothman. Oh no.
Yes, we have a Mothman staying in the backyard too.
I've had a testimony.
Thank you,
Of
phenomenal.
a spiritual sense, okay, that me myself couldn't make sense of it. I went and talked to a pastor about it, and
good Lord,
he was kind of blown away about it because he was like, "Wow, I ain't never got that, and I've been in this business for a very long time."
You guys, Jesus, thank you so much. And hold on, Hemi.
Your ghosts.
I'm listening to you, brother. I'm just trying to collect all this and make sure everybody knows.
It's okay, because every time when this crossed my mind, I just
thank you, Ro.
I'm very hesitant about talking about it, Chelsea.
I get it. If Molly's in here, I want her to send me the video, or one of you guys, so I can show this to you guys real quick, because this really happened to me. I was sitting here during a live stream. This was about a year, maybe two years ago. God, you guys are amazing and so very sweet. God bless. I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much, all of you. But I was sitting here just like this, and my granddaughter was here. And she was in the living room, which I pointed her out at that point through the other room. You could see her running around. And I was sitting here just like this, talking away, and I felt something touch me right here. And it felt like a little hand, like my granddaughter. She usually will pat me like Papa and tap me like she wanted to talk to me. And I looked again, and she wasn't there. And I'm like, and they watched me on the video, like they could tell by my face that I was like, what the hell just happened? And then I froze for a minute because I looked, I mentioned her name. I said it to her. She turned and she was like, I'm in here, Pop. And I went, and I froze and I went very slowly, like, you guys, I can't remember exactly what I said, but like, if she can find this video, oh my God, you guys.
Oh, wow.
It was crazy. Thank you so much, Jen. And yeah, it was nuts. I want you to see it because I was still floored. Like, and you can see.
I do want to see it.
Like, it happened, whatever it was right in this vicinity. You can see, as I watched the video back, you can see like a change in the, almost like the camera lens picked something up that's not supposed to pick up. It's weird.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you know how, like, for instance, if you're driving down the road and it's in the middle of summer and you can see the heat coming off the road?
Yeah.
Like the waves?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
It was kind of like that. And then other things started going weird. And I've had more things happen in this house. I was sitting in my living room on the couch, the place I always sit. And you can see straight back to this wall right next to me. And I swear to you, twice this has happened to me. I was sitting there and I watched something walk from here around the corner into my kitchen, but it was just black. It was that fat. And I do paranormal stuff, you guys. I do that. I haven't done it in a while, but I do cover paranormal stuff in here. And like, see, look, Pigot's like, lay off the coffee. It's true. Other people have witnessed this. So I've seen that happen a couple of times too. Things move. Noises happen. I mean, it's a whole bunch of craziness.
I believe in all that stuff, like energy and
wet basements and ghosts. How did we get here? Thank you so
wet
much.
Ghosts in the basement.
Thank you. She's awesome. I love her. So funny. Thank you so much, you guys. You guys are just beautiful people. Like I say, I love it. Thank you so much. God bless. Fancy. Can a ghost really be wet? Moto Man asks. I don't know.
We have family friends that has a really old house like that like that too. They remodeled the whole thing, added on to it themselves. They have one of the rooms upstairs. It's like an old attic, but it's supposed to be a bedroom. No one will stay up there. ever. Like the whole entire, they've lived there from when they were newlyweds all the way up till now they're older in their 70s. No one will go up to that room. Like such weird things have happened.
Wow. See, I've done investigations. I probably shouldn't. I might probably get laughed at here, but I'll tell the story real fast. Thank you, Rach. God bless, hon. That's
Oh,
a
the
good
fire department. That's a good idea.
I could probably ask them to borrow their fans. That's a good point because I know they have.
Yeah.
So 16, 17 years ago, my wife and I both got online and we both became they have classes, believe this or not, you can take to become a paranormal investigator. Because we were both into all that ghost adventure stuff, and it was just something we watched on TV. Damn it, SRB, stop it. Thank you so very much. God, I love you guys. Very much appreciated, you guys. You're angels, all of you. Choo choo. We running the train again. And
Oh, there you go.
There's our sound effects, Kim.
Yeah.
They so graciously gave us.
I know.
And my wife, she does other things because she's very sensitive to certain things. I became a paranormal investigator, documented online through their courses. It's probably a joke, but whatever, and got certified and all that. And we created a group with two of our other friends. It's called TRAP, which stood for the Trumbull Researchers of Apparitions in the Paranormal, because we live in Trumbull County, Ohio.
Yep.
Okay. And we have done investigations, you call it, into many places. And we got really deep into that stuff. Packard Musical in Warren, Ohio. There's a old opera house in Portland, Ohio. Mansfield Reformatory, Moundsville Reformatory.
Yes, you did. We did talk about that part of it before, because remember I talked about that cemetery up here in Ashtabula, that Chestnut. Yeah.
Chestnut Cemetery, yes.
Yep.
We've been through all that stuff, guys. I just started to get to where, like with my back issues and stuff like that, there's a lot of terrain you got to get through and climb through sometimes, and it just became a pain in the butt. But who just was Cat K? Thank you, sweetie. Appreciate that so very much. God bless. You guys are all amazing. I love you guys to death. So we did all that. I've done private households. We spent the night in people's households with old school camcorders and different reels and stuff. And we have all the tools you need, not the newer ones, the brand new stuff, but the old stuff. We've done it all, you guys. And it's really wild, some of the things we've encountered. We went to Kinsman, Ohio. There's a place out there called the Kinsman Mini Mall that's severely haunted. They made the front page of a paper here called the Warren Tribune Chronicle. They have a photograph that they took from the front door back in 1986, I think it was, of a woman in a rocking chair that wasn't there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. They caught it on film too. And I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, that's crazy.
My aunt owned that building at the time, and she used to run like a little flea market out of there. And there was a loft above. It was an old store back in the day, a feed mill store and all that. And that picture, and if I'm gonna find it for you guys, one of these days, if I can find any archived Tribune stuff, but it made the front page, and it was really like, that's when I started saying, okay,
yeah,
I'm a skeptic. I've always been a skeptic.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I helped start the group. I'm a skeptic. She's not. Now the other two that we started it with, his wife is like me, and he's like her. And then they worked for General Motors and got shipped off to Missouri. So we split the group. I said this before, and they call it Black Light Paranormal, and we're still called Trumbull Researchers of Apparitions and Paranormal. Thank you, SRB. So, yeah, it was fun, guys. It was interesting. But then I had some people telling me things, because at one point I got really, really sick. And I mean like sick. Okay. And somebody told me that we needed to start doing kind of a religious thing before we went in there, blessing things and stuff like that. So that was another reason why we got it.
Oh, yeah.
I guess the Warrens went through that kind of thing too.
Uh-huh.
So
with the doll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All that.
I can't believe that guy bought that doll. Oh my God.
I can't.
Totally off topic, but no
No,
way.
you're right. I can't believe that they had the world believing that they took that doll out on a world tour and it wasn't the actual doll. They never let that doll leave that room. They brought out the doll from the movie and claimed that the real Annabelle doll is an old school Raggedy Ann doll. It's not that doll you see in the movie. Completely different stuff. But the Warren, I have my own thoughts about the Warrens too, Jen. Don't worry. That I covered that here. The entity. When I did my Midnight series 3 years ago, we covered you might have been here for that. I don't know if you were here or not, but I remember your name. I swear to God you were here. I was doing true crime, true stories that were made into movies. And the entity was based off of a true story that really happened to this woman. And I don't know if you ever saw that movie, The Entity.
I don't think so.
It's very well. This woman basically was being sexually assaulted by a ghost.
Oh my God.
For years, repeatedly. Custody Queens in the house, Miss Kristen. Thank you so much for that, dear. God bless. Very nice of you. You guys didn't have to do this, you guys. I really appreciate it. And yes, my washer and dryer is in the basement. Very sweet of you, Kristen. God bless. But yeah, the book crazy. The movie was crazier, but it was a true story. It was really wild. I looked into it pretty deeply. Where were we at? Yes, thank you all so very much. Again,
I love things that are true stories that
me too. The Amityville story, I did a whole thing on that.
Yeah.
The true story to it, not the what they turned it into. Which is, I think there's a whole different thing behind that whole. I think their son was on drugs or something and just did his thing. Of course, we'd love to support our true crime community and all of the amazing, as do we, Miss Kristen. You guys, make sure you guys, if you haven't done it yet, please, you already know, please run over there, subscribe to the Custody Queens Off the Clock, hit the like button, hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss anything these two ladies do. They're amazing. They truly are, and they do great stuff. And I'm so excited about having them here this week, the end of the week. If it works out, I'm super excited about it. I really am. Again, I appreciate so much, guys. Make sure to drop their link in here again, please and thank you. There they are right there. Miss Tandy's reading my mind. So I guess maybe we'll have to get back. I'm going to have to force myself to get back into the Saturday night. I saw it, Tomboy. I'm jealous. But get back into the paranormal nights where we go back into the weird, creepy, unexplained things on Saturday nights to take a break from the true crime. Everybody seemed to enjoy that. I just haven't had a lot of time to do it lately. You guys are killing me. Thank you, Ro. God bless.
It takes a lot of time to plan things out.
It does.
Do stuff like that. Yeah.
Yes, it really does. Thank you guys so very much, all of you. You guys are amazing people.
Yeah, there's a true few paranormal creators I watch too, like Twin Paranormal. There's another one too. I can't think of his name.
Some of those you got to watch. Like we met up with the guys from Taps, Jason Hawes. We did a place out in PA here, or right on the line, Conneaut. Are you familiar with Conneaut Lake Park?
That's like 20 minutes down the road for me.
Okay. So you know the hotel there, the whole thing behind the hotel?
I do not. I do not. I mean, I've been to Conneaut Lake Park when I was a kid.
All right. Well, we went. There was a fire in the hotel. A couple got married and spent the night there for their wedding night, and the bride supposedly died in the fire. And so the place is haunted supposedly, and we went and spent the night there. And I'm telling you, it's so weird because the hallways inside the hotel, they do this. When you walk on them.
Oh, wow.
And it was so weird that night. Very crazy things. The weather was weird. Just a bunch of stuff went on in that hotel, and it was really interesting out there. We even went through the park, and we did an investigation through the park at the different rides, the old rides that have been there.
Yeah, that place is old. That place is old. Yeah.
Very old. We picked up stuff on the EVP recorder on, I think it was called the Blue Streak. The old wooden roller coaster at the front of the park there. Yeah. But just wild stuff, you guys. And we met the guys from Taps. They did a show there. Right, we kind of like backdoored each other coming out. You know what I mean? And they were doing like their last end filming things within the park, and we got to talk to them for a while. And we became one of their sister groups that they put out. Like they'll have the main. This was way back in like probably 10, 15 years ago, but they have like a thing that they would have when you could become part of their group and their fan club, and you pay this whole thing. But they let us do it for free because we were there behind them, and we became one of their sister groups. They called it. So
Oh, that's
it's
nice.
pretty interesting.
There's an old manor in Madison, I think. I forget what it's something manor.
Oh,
Very old.
Didn't they use that for a haunted house?
Maybe. I don't know. It used to be like a restaurant, I think, or something. I don't know.
Maybe I'm thinking of a
Old
different
manor. An old manor. There's an old school they used for a haunted house. I don't know.
There's a lot of places in Ohio, you guys. If you're into that stuff, we have it here. There's a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like outdoor bridges. We have places like 5 Points. There's a lot of stuff up in Ashtabula. Sandusky has some stuff.
Yep.
I've never gone any really further than that. I've gone close to Columbus, but I've never gotten any further out than that.
Well, it's because up north here along the lake is where the first settlements were because of the water source. So it's like the oldest, so a lot of the towns up here are very old. Some of the first settled places.
Absolutely. Hold on 1 second. Did you find it, Molly? Is this it? Hold on, you guys. No.
Lucy, Cleveland's just plain scary.
It is. There's a lot of people in here from Ohio too, you guys. I didn't realize that either.
Yep.
I don't see it, Molly, if you're pointing it out to me. I don't know. Sorry for all the
I did a ghost walk in New Orleans. It was very cool.
That would be cool. I've always wanted to go down.
Very cool. Yeah.
Sam Panther, thank you so much. God bless. You're such an angel. You guys are amazing. Thank you, all of you. Well, we blew the goal out of the water, by the way, just because I'm super nice. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, Jason Hawes is a really cool dude. He really, truly, he's very down to earth, and you wouldn't even think anything of it. Hotel Conneaut. It is gorgeous, guys. It truly is. Beautiful, beautiful building. Now, see, my understanding was I looked into because like I said, I'm a skeptic. I looked into the history. I can't find where this supposedly happened, but that's their story. So that's why we went there. It is a creepy place. It's very old, and I mean very old. They haven't updated much of anything there, but it's
I'm
beautiful.
gonna ask about that now.
The architecture is, being that you live so close, I'm surprised you didn't realize or you didn't hear about it.
Nope.
Have you been there like forever?
Yep. Born and raised here.
Wow. Yeah, ask around.
The only time I moved away was when I lived in Kent for college.
Okay. Here's the hotel itself. I know you know what it looks like, but 1 second here.
Yeah, that looks familiar.
That's one I never got to go to was Franklin Castle. I always wanted to go to Franklin Castle. Oh, wait a minute. We don't need to hear what she's saying. I'm just trying to show you guys something. See, they have updated because that wasn't even that updated when I was there. But it's a beautiful hotel. It's all the old architecture, all the old woodworking, the handrails for the stairwell. All of that stuff is all original. Beautiful place. If you like that kind of stuff, it's nice to go stay there. And you're right on the lake. And the park, I don't even know if the park's still open because the park was so old.
No, I think they shut that down quite a while ago.
I would imagine they probably should have.
Yeah.
That would be a good thing to do, like for Halloween, to run like a haunted house through that whole thing there. I think that'd be cool. That'd be a good way to make money with it. But
Yep.
that was one of the old ones. That and the one that burnt down, Idora Park here closer to me in Youngstown. That burnt to the ground. That was a whole amusement park that burnt down.
Oh wow, I never heard of that one.
That was really old. Ghosts are scary. You're afraid of ghosts, Lucy? You of all people are afraid of ghosts. That's too funny to me. I'm sorry. Well, you guys, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Great conversation and great dive today. I didn't plan on doing such a deep dive, but we did, and that's what we need to do. So we'll be back to finish those pictures out tomorrow.
Okay.
Well, it'll be earlier in the day because I'm jumping over and joining Birdie tomorrow evening. I'm looking forward to that. A lot of people have sent me emails and everything talking about how excited they are. He said a lot of his people are excited, so I'm excited. I can't wait.
I am actually not going to be around again until probably Thursday night because my sister's coming into town, so we've got plans. So I'll see everybody again.
Are you guys going to go live together? I heard you talking about that earlier.
She might. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. We'll see. We're playing it by ear. I'm not planning on it.
On her own or no?
Oh no, I just make her. She's my little sister.
Gotcha.
I did make her go live with me one time, and I showed her the Class Action Park. Did you ever watch that documentary?
Yes.
So we watched it and did a live reaction to it. That was crazy. But no, I'm not. I think I'm not going to be around tomorrow. So
I got you. Well, we will miss you. Like Tomboy said, it's always enjoyable having you here. Mods, don't go anywhere. I need to have a meeting with you guys after this. So please go to Voice after this if you can. Thank you.
All right. I'll miss you guys too. I'll see you later. Thanks, Dago.
All right, Kim. Have a great night, honey.
Yep,
Enjoy your visit.
Yep. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm going to jump down to you, Dago.
Thanks
Thanks for having me.
Every time, anytime, sir.
It was a good talk.
Yes, always a great discussion, in my opinion.
We'll do it again soon, I'm sure.
Yes. I want to finish these pictures up tomorrow. I apologize it took so long, but we had a lot of great conversation with Dylan jumping up here and the things we were looking into on the side, so on and so forth. It always turns out to be really interesting. So you guys, thank you all so much. Emmy, again, thanks, brother. Have a great night. Everybody in chat, you guys are amazing. As always, I want to thank Kristen from Custody Queens for popping in here and hanging with us for a little bit and for the donations. Thank you so very much for that. God bless. Oh my God, I'm eating. Yes, but we haven't had one with everybody there. SRBBB. And I got to keep things together here. So please and thank you if you can. I promise I won't keep you there long. For those of you that can make it. If you can't, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. You guys are absolutely amazing. God bless everybody. Nothing but love to you all, guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. You are the beautiful people. And don't forget, folks, know yourself, your own worth. It is so very important. God bless, folks. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye, everybody.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of
life is empty.